They are going to begin the matches now. We've gotten a sign. First ball is in play. Now we have next player has to put in a better ball, trying to beat this one. Donc on va essayer de faire un meilleur lancier ici. Le cochonnet est un petit peu exposé, donc voilà, c'est réussi. See here, Olivier went with a harder shot. He was hoping to move the jack back. Donc ici, Olivier a utilisé un lancer un peu plus agressif ici, afin de bouger et faire un déplacement au niveau de la balle bleue de son adversaire. So the players are allowed to readjust their chairs in the box that they have. It is limited to the side and in the front and in the back. They must remain in that box in order to play. When they're not playing, they don't need to be in the box. But when they are their turn to play, they need to stay in the box, so nothing can touch the lines, the wheels, the feet, nothing at all. If the feet are on a footrest, they're allowed to go over the line because they're not touching the floor. So here we go with this 1, 2, 4, fifth shot here, trying to get something in. He tried to do the first two shots, tried to move things around, missed the target the first time, wasn't successful in the second time. The blue ball from stayed there. So now he's looking into defensive mode, placing balls in front to limit the amount of points that his opponent Christopher can do. So, donc ici, il a joué un peu plus défensivement. Il aurait espéré de bouger les choses dans les premières deux balles, mais ça n'a pas été réussi, donc c'est important de savoir quand c'est le temps de commencer à protéger le cochonnet, donc aussi dans le but de limiter le montant de points que ton adversaire peut faire. Donc il met beaucoup de balles en avant. Vous avez vu ici la réaction de notre athlète avec des sons aigus comme ça. Là, pour les athlètes avec la paralysie cérébrale, c'est pas toujours facile à régler. Donc, heureusement, il n'avait pas lancé sa balle encore. Donc, now it's all the balls have been thrown, so it's now the turn for Christopher to play. Depending, he has a bit of the left of the jack showing a bit. And because he can throw overhand, he's got quite a bit of a power in his throw. He might be able to do a little bit of a lob. So if one of his ball hits on the top of the jack, he can move that jack back and create some space for himself. Donc ici, cet athlète semble avoir une habileté de lancer par-dessus main pour essayer de... Le but là maintenant, il essaye de frapper le cochonnet de façon à le faire reculer. Un peu comme un lob. Donc, s'il frappe le dessus du cochonnet, il va pouvoir le faire reculer. C'est ça qu'il voulait faire. Il veut reculer le cochonnet afin de de créer de l'espace. Donc, here the athlete, Christopher, went out to see the play in order to better evaluate the kind of shot he wants to do next. Again, trying to get that lob in. See, he's trying to hit the top of the jack. It's not an easy shot. But if he's successful, he can definitely change, gives him some points for himself here. It's early in the game. No problem trying, risking. Again, it's a risky shot. Because you have to be very precise. La balle doit atterrir juste sur le dessus du cochonnet pour faire l'effet de séparation et de pousser la balle et rouler vers l'arrière. Donc, c'est vraiment précis. Donc, si tu lances trop fort, tu manques. Si tu lances pas assez fort. Oh! That's what he wanted to do, but I'm not sure if it actually is going to give him the outcome that he wanted. Donc, the goal is probably to hit the top and have your ball stick or follow, but it rolled away, and he got himself a point out of that. Actually, he didn't get his point. He needed to move that ball a little further back. Donc ici, on voit qu'il a bien essayé de compter son point, mais il a réussi son lancer qu'il voulait faire. Mais ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on doit essayer de... C'est un lancer très difficile et il faut pratiquer. Et c'était la place de le faire. Première manche ici, là, il n'y a pas de danger d'essayer des choses comme ça. So after the first 10 here, we have Quebec leads 1-0. Maintenant, autour de l'équipe, pas l'équipe, le joueur bleu de Christopher, de prendre le cochonnet. Il l'a mis en jeu. Là, maintenant, il va suivre avec sa première balle. Et voilà que c'est fait. First ball is out. The goal is to put it in front and in line with your opponent. So a bit on the side. So Olivier has a clear shot at that jack now. And he wants to get in there close to the jack with one shot, which he's successful in doing. Donc, après le premier lancer, ici, on voit que Olivier a pris la possession du cochonnet. Et maintenant, le travail à Christopher d'aller rechercher son point. Et donc, avec son premier lancer, pas réussi d'aller plus loin. Mais là, on a des options, étant donné qu'il y a une balle, sa balle bleue est restée en avant. Et on peut toujours la pousser. So we can always push that blue that he just shot in order to get it closer. And what he wanted to do that, but he got a piece of the red and got the red to be closer to the jack at this point. Donc, l'intention était de pousser sa bleue, mais avec une petite erreur à droite, il a poussé la rouge au lieu. Mais elle comptait déjà un point, donc c'est pas tout perdu pour se reprendre. So we can start over and try to do this shot now. That's the shot he wanted to do. Okay, so he was successful in pushing the blue forward towards the jack. Now there's more traffic in front. And BC2 players tend to play with balls that are on the softer side and a little bit more difficult to move around. That takes a powerful shot, creates some space. There you go. It was just enough. The tug get a little contact with the blue, move the jack to the right, and now red is closer. Donc, assez de puissance pour donner un petit coup contre la balle pour tasser le cochonnet plus près de la balle rouge. See here, the referee stopped the shot before it made any contact because the player was making contact with the lines. So his feet were on the line. That's a 1-ball penalty. So with the infraction here, the athlete will have a 1-ball penalty. So at the end of the end, there is an extra ball for Olivier to play. They have lots of things to think about. I think Christopher is fairly new to boccia. He doesn't have a ranking yet, so athletes have to participate. Ranking runs in the way that athletes have to participate in a certain amount of competition, and at each competition, according to their position in the round robin, they get get some points, and then they get a ranking. Often also athletes are not ranked yet because they haven't been officially classified. So they have to go to a few events where there are official classifier that evaluate the level of disability of the athlete. And so they would get classified. That's how they get ranked, classified actually in BC1, BC2, BC3, BC4, BC5. There's different criterias. We have physiotherapists, doctors, neurologists. They work with in evaluating the athlete's ability on different points. And maybe I'll get into that a little later. Donc, en ce moment, qu'est-ce que j'essayais de dire, c'est que l'athlète Christopher est assez nouveau. Donc, on a besoin de jouer beaucoup pour rester calme, travailler la préparation mentale et tout ça. Donc, Olivier a un peu plus d'expérience, malgré de son jeune âge, puis on est bien content de voir de la relève pour des jeunes athlètes. Donc, le travail maintenant, Olivier, c'est de faire en sorte que de bouger les balles bleues, les enlever, d'approcher sa balle, compter plus de points pour lui-même. So he got rid of one of the balls beside around the jack. Now he needs to work on that second one. And what he wants to do is get rid of the blue but have his red stay. That's a good ball. Okay. So he's got about 37 seconds left for Olivier here to throw out his ball, but the timer stops every time the ball stops. So it's a. So we see now one red. Donc toutes les balles ont été lancées. Puis là, l'arbitre va Olivier a demandé de mesurer parce que je pense qu'il accordait un point. So the referee was giving, confirming 1 point, but Olivier wanted a measurement. Again, from this vantage point, it's hard to tell. We look like, oh my God, there's like 3 balls around the jack. Yes, but if the blue is closer than the other ones to the jack, then it eliminates that ball that is close. So it's always measuring the closest blue, and then or the closest ball from the opponent, and it's been confirmed. But very important to ask for a measurement. There have been so many mistakes where the athlete, and it's no fault of the referee. When during play, it's your time. You can ask how many points there are, and if you look at the clock and you don't have a lot of time, if you ask the referee to measure, they'll be measuring on your own personal time. So if there's less than a minute left, you got 2 balls left. It's kind of like and sometimes you get a confirmation from the referee, like kind of like I'm thinking 1, and if there's enough time on the clock, and it means a difference between winning or losing a game, you have to ask the referee to measure. Because it's been known in the past, after the game is finished, the referee actually measures and the point is to the other player. So, just a side note for athletes. Now we're getting ready for the extra ball that Olivier will get to throw because of the line violation. So if you see, there is a square in the middle of the court with an X on it. The goal is to put the ball in the box if you want to score another point. So here the challenge is placing the 1 ball in the box. So the ball is out. If the ball had stayed in or was touching the lines, it would be an extra point for Québec. Donc maintenant, on a vu qu'avec la punition contre on a touché la ligne, on avait la chance de faire un point après le jeu. C'était vraiment juste de placer la balle dans la boîte. Si elle faisait contact avec les lignes, ça aurait compté. Mais étant donné qu'elle était sortie, on n'a pas eu de points additionnels. Just a little clarification, the ball has to be completely in the box. So on the line doesn't count, it has to be completely in. I just asked the referee because I wasn't sure, but sometimes it's like the play. If the ball touching the line, it's out. Like any on the sidelines, back line, the ball has to be fully in the court. And if it's touching the line, the smallest part of the ball is touching the line. Sometimes you use a paper to see if the ball is actually still in. So it's the same thing for this box. If it's touched the line, it doesn't count. It's considered out. Donc, une petite clarification ici au sujet de la boîte. J'ai mentionné tantôt que si elle touchait les lignes, mais je me suis trompée, mais j'ai demandé la clarification à l'arbitre. La balle doit rester à l'intérieur de la boîte sans toucher aucune des lignes. C'est un peu comme le terrain. Si les balles touchent le terrain du côté, elle est sortie. Même, elle doit être complètement à l'intérieur. Donc, c'est ça. Vous avez témoigné ici une balle de pénalité. Donc, maintenant, on retourne à Olivier de lancer le cochonnet et maintenant sa première balle. On est au début de la troisième manche. So we're starting the third end here with Olivier throwing out his jack, and now he's going to throw out his first ball. Notice the player here have played very close to himself. So Christopher will approach the front. He will be very wary of his feet now. He will be watching where they are. So the shot's, it's a good one, but a little short of the target. You see there's quite a bit of distance there between the jack and the blue ball. So it will go again. Donc, il va relancer. Les athlètes doivent continuer à lancer jusqu'à temps qu'ils sont capables de battre le lancer de l'adversaire. Encore, la balle rouge est encore plus près que la balle bleue. Donc, il doit continuer à lancer. So, souvent, on travaille avec les athlètes le pourcentage de résultat des lancers. Donc, on voudrait ici un lancer avec un cochonnet ouvert. On ne voudrait surtout pas gaspiller 3 balles pour faire ce lancer. Donc, comme maintenant, il a utilisé 3 balles pour se rapprocher du cochonnet. On va voir si Olivier va être capable de contrer ce lancer-là, puis combien de balles ça va lui prendre. So the percentage of success rate is very important in bocce because you only have 6 balls, and you want to try to use the least amount of balls for every shot to be successful in retake. So he needs to throw another one. Again, the balls are very close, especially like you can see that these are softer on the softer side. So not as easy to move around. Okay, so he went with a strong push, but definitely was intending on hitting the ball closest to the jack. Maybe went a little bit fast. Oh, there's something called the ball sitting on top. That's what it nearly did. So now the referee will check and measure. That's on nobody's time. The stop time at this point, when the referee has to determine who is next to throw out a ball, he needs to make sure that he's pointing the paddle to the right person. Donc ici, c'est sur le temps de l'arbitre. Il n'y a pas de temps. L'arbitre doit déterminer quelle balle en ce moment est plus près du cochonnet et donner le signal à l'athlète. Donc, évidemment, c'est encore bleu qui est plus près. Donc, Québec doit lancer encore. So in this instance, Olivier from Quebec didn't have the shot that he wanted, so he still has to continue shooting the ball to try to beat our score. But at this point, with a red in the back, he could do a powerful push, get that jack to move back. But let's not forget that the opponent still has 3 balls to play. A very crucial shot here because you do not want to have no more balls. You want to preserve them. And that's what he did. He would try to climb over, and he was successful. So he got a little piece of the ball in front, pushed away the blue, and now he's closer. Ben, il y a encore de la place pour Christopher de rentrer une balle ici d'être à droite, là, avec, entre le cochonnet et la balle bleue. Et voilà. Ce qui est réussi. Avec un petit coup, il est capable de rapprocher sa balle du cochonnet. Maintenant, le tour à Olivier. So, Olivier has one ball remaining, and he wants to take back the point. There you go. So now he's closing the opening. Very important. Very important that he closed off that opening because not a whole lot of options left here. You'd have to go with a powerful shot, and if he pushed the jack back, then there's still a red behind there. So it will have to be, he needs his blue to stick. So I think he's going to try to hit on the top. Okay, so he jumped over just to see. So now his is in the back. So now he can go maybe with a lob and hit the jack back towards his ball. So let's see what he decides to do. Donc on va voir qu'est-ce qu'il va essayer de faire, étant donné qu'il s'est placé une balle derrière le cochonnet. Il semble avoir quand même assez de force au niveau du lob. Il faut qu'il fasse attention à ses pieds, sur les lignes. Il est bon. OK. Encore là, trop fort, ce qui fait qu'il peut avoir donné 3 points à son adversaire. Mais 1. Il a donné 1 parce que la balle bleue est plus proche. Encore, je ne devrais pas vous dire les points parce que de cet angle, c'est toujours difficile à dire. Je vais attendre pour l'arbitre la prochaine fois. Donc ici, on ajoute un point au pointage à Olivier du Québec qui prend l'avance de 4-0. So we're coming up to the last end. It will be Christopher's turn to throw out the jack and his first ball and start the next end. C'est fait, le cochonnet est en jeu. So the jack ball is in play. Just a reminder that it has to cross that front line in order to be in play. That's the only ball that needs to cross that front line to be in play. The other ones can be anywhere else as long as they're in the court on the sidelines there, but the jack must cross that line. Otherwise, he'd lose the jack, and it would be his opponent to play the jack. So that end, he would not get the jack back. There's no penalty. The penalty is losing the jack and having his opponent place the jack for him. Donc ici, comme on voit, la ligne en avant, c'est la seule ligne qui doit être vraiment... Le cochonnet doit traverser cette ligne. Toutes les autres balles, c'est pas nécessaire. Mais pour mettre la balle en jeu, l'athlète doit mettre le cochonnet de l'autre côté de la ligne. Et advenant qu'il ne réussit pas à faire ça, ce qui arrive parfois, le cochonnet va à l'autre joueur. Puis la partie continue normalement. Et voilà une bonne balle ici. Olivier est allé sur le cochonnet, est bien placé. So each athletes here come from different clubs. Quebec has a big contingency. They have a couple of clubs. They have the Montreal is a big area for the athletes, and then there's Quebec City is coming up with a big, fairly good big group there. So again, because the athletes have to find a club, sometimes it's not easy for them. So we encourage any community, if they want to start a club, they can contact Boccia Canada and, go into the schools and find some athletes. And even if they're not classified, just get them to start playing. It's definitely a lifelong sport they can participate in. We know the benefits of staying active. And a disability should not be hindering you from doing that. Donc, je mentionnais qu'il y a des clubs qui existent. Donc, les athlètes proviennent de clubs dans leur région. Et ensuite, les clubs se rendent au championnat canadien. Il y a des athlètes, c'est leur premier championnat. Ça donne la chance à l'équipe d'entraînement de l'équipe nationale de faire du repêchage à ce niveau ici. Pour leurs athlètes pour compétitionner selon leur catégorie à l'international. Ici, vous voyez qu'on a des équipes, les joueurs peut jouer, il n'y a pas c'est pas genré, donc on peut jouer contre une femme ou un homme, peu importe, mais au niveau international, c'est des catégories selon le genre. Donc, au Canada, on n'a pas assez d'athlètes pour nous permettre de faire ça encore. Mais à l'international, c'est comme ça que ça fonctionne. Donc, il utilise beaucoup son lob. He's trying to use his lob quite a bit. Again, not a totally accurate shot, not an easy shot to make. So, at this point, maybe he could benefit from a good push, but he's still trying to get his lob. He has an interesting opportunity here. If he did push the jack far enough, maybe he could finally get some points from the balls that are behind. But it's getting more and more difficult to accomplish now. So you see, he used the force shot to get this done. So, but again, exposing the jack quite a bit. Now, on voit qu'Olivier a beaucoup de place pour faire plusieurs points ici. Il va venir voir quelle est la balle bleue la plus près. Donc, il n'y a pas vraiment besoin d'être sur le cochonnet. Il a juste besoin d'être plus proche que la balle bleue la plus proche. Donc, si vous comprenez ce que je veux dire, donc il y a une région. Donc, d'après moi, la balle bleue en avant, c'est la plus proche. Et toutes les balles qui vont se trouver. Donc, il faut faire attention de ne pas les envoyer trop loin en arrière, parce que encore en arrière, s'ils sont plus loin que la balle en avant, bien, ils ne compteront pas. Donc, il veut être juste proche de la balle en avant. Donc, on y va. Tu vois ici la balle qui a roulé en arrière, il faut mesurer. Est-ce qu'elle est plus près que la balle en avant? So here again, the ball, so he confirmed that ball that rolled away, but again, now it's going to be a sounding board for him. He'll be able to push it against that. He's playing a little bit hard. He don't need to play that hard, but maybe, I don't know, the balls are soft and he might need to do that. But at this point, he just needs to put it in that zone. There it is. Nice. Just aim his two reds that are in front. Donc, juste continuer à viser les deux balles en avant. Puis, il sait que sa balle en arrière, il l'a peut-être poussé un petit peu loin. Mais comme c'est là, il est garanti de 2. Bon, ça, c'est le travail qu'il doit faire. Une nouvelle cible, c'est 3 petites balles en avant, rien d'autre. Ça, c'est le focus. Et voilà. So very important to come out and see. He needs to know which. So he actually has 5 points on this end. Donc 5 points ici additionnels pour Olivier Roy du Québec. Il gagne cette partie 9-0 contre Christopher Lebel de la Western Club. Je ne suis pas familier avec ce club, mais je vais m'informer. Western Cape. Félicitations aux deux joueurs, une très belle partie. Olivier Roy a joué de façon exemplaire et voici le pointage le prouve. I just found out that this should have been a wild card for Christopher Lebel, and because he wrote it up as Western Cape. A wild card means he comes from his own. He's on his own. He's independent. It's a good exposure, good practice.
Je m'étais dit, je vais y glisser un petit mot, y donner un petit
I'd say the strength of the program is just its variety. Whether you're looking to go radio, television, or film, there's always something for everyone. And even inside those specific streams, there's anything you could possibly want. You could direct, you could do audio, you can tape cables down if that's what you like. There's always something for everyone.
This program not only prepared me with the vast skills of editing, television production, the foundations I really need, but I think it really provided me with a strong work ethic in order to complete programs, deadlines. You know, with live television specifically is one of those things where, you know, you don't have opportunities to take breaks. It's really that foundation to what the real world is like in the world of television.
The program does an amazing job of preparing us for real life. Hands-on cameras, hands-on like you're in a real radio station. Through 3 years, that's massive. And a lot of programs don't offer that, but the first day you're in NC, you're in the labs, you're on the radio, you're touching electronics, you're touching microphones, you're getting to know all the technology, and it's great. They really prepare you for that real life scenario, right? So as soon as you step out the door of NC, you can go work at a radio station, you can go work at a news station and know what to expect because you've been there before.
I love the facilities that we get to work in. I love that I get to, sit in this radio lab and look at these boards and be in the industry. Every day I come to school, I really feel immersed in my education.
I find the teachers here are very helpful. They do care about everything they do. They always try to push you in the right way to do better. And as long as you put some kind of effort into your work and show that you care, they will be behind you and support you to make sure you succeed.
I love my teachers. I think that they are the driving force of this program. I think they care about each student so much.
I think one of the big things that I take away from the college is really about the staff, the instructors, the professors that work here. They really care about the students and their success, and I think that really resonated for me when I was here and also when I left here, which is one of the reasons why I like to come back and kind of give back to the students that are here now.
We've had a ton of different opportunities and great opportunities. For example, Canada Games. I had an opportunity to do some play-by-play for that for baseball and volleyball. So that was a pretty cool opportunity for me. As well as doing the college sports games, I do a lot of play-by-play for that. Volleyball, basketball. So that's a really good opportunity. Some of the opportunities that I've got being part of the program.
The 1-1. And that ball's ripped into right center field. That'll get down, and that's going to get past the right fielder and roll all the way to the wall. Rounding third base is McDonald. He'll score. It's a double. And BC, just like that, is within one.
Force a turnover. Here's Stewart. Euro step to the basket. Reverse. Count it.
What a finish.
And the foul. Stewart, another turnover on Sheridan. Mitchell, heat check. She got it. Oh my, Taryn Mitchell.
Approaching in the courts this second round of the second day of the Canadian Boccia Championship are the athletes on court number 1 will be athletes from the BC3 category. Just coming up now. So we have here Teresa McLeod from New Brunswick, number 306, and Alexandre Lemaire, number 302, will be playing against each other here at the 2025 Boccia National Championship. BC3 athletes play with a ramp, and they have an assistant that will be managing the equipment for them under their instructions.
Il y a une balle qui a roulé en dessous de la télé, puis elle a scratché. Fait qu'ils mettent juste en avant des pieds de télé. Ça nuit pas à...
The athletes here will have a 2-minute warm-up. Again, these ends will be 6 minutes long. You can understand that they need extra time to play because of all the equipment that needs to be set up for them. Now the warm-up has been indicated to start. 2 minutes is running clock right now. We've come a long way with these ramps. This equipment is very sophisticated. The athlete spends hours and hours measuring out every position on the ramp to see the outcome, and they have a playbook. They know that for each one of the balls, they need to put, depending on where they want to put the play, they have to be able to know that their ball 1 can go exactly where they want it to be. So many hours are spent figuring out the results of each ball. So you can see all the whole bunch of little numbers there, and they really get it very accurate. And depending, again, there's so many factors here. We're playing on a wooden floor. Sometimes they have more of a rubberized floor, depending on where they travel. But more and more, we're trying to be consistent with the floor. But when you go somewhere else internationally, not every facility has the best floor for boccia, so things can vary. So athletes have a day before the competition to practice on some of these surfaces and to check if their stats are still good. And if some of the balls are off, well, they'll have to they need to readjust their technique, their measurements, according to the floor. Donc, les athlètes ici passent beaucoup de temps à travailler avec leur rampe. Comme vous voyez, on peut voir à travers de la rampe. Déjà, c'était des rampes en bois, on a eu des rampes en PVC, on a eu... il y a des compagnies là, qui font juste ça, là, bâtir des rampes. Puis parfois, c'est même l'individu avec la famille. Les rampes peuvent coûter très, très, très cher. Les balles sont très chères. Les athlètes en BC3, ils ont la tendance à jouer avec des balles un peu plus dures. Parce qu'ils doivent, c'est quand même, faut que ça voyage sur la rampe. La trajectoire est très importante. Donc, comme les lanceurs, eux, ont un arsenal un peu plus varié de balles. Ils peuvent avoir des balles plutôt molles, très, très molles. Mais je vais vous dire aussi qu'au début de chaque compétition, l'athlète doit apporter son équipement, incluant la chaise, toutes les balles qu'ils ont à leur disposition pour jouer avec. Elles sont toutes évaluées. On fait une évaluation aussi de la hauteur de la chaise, hauteur maximale qu'ils peuvent atteindre. C'est toutes des choses il y a des critères et des règlements stricts au sujet de ça. La longueur complète de la rampe. Je ne connais pas tous les détails, mais je sais que les rampes sont inspectées, les balles sont inspectées, la chaise est inspectée pour s'assurer que c'est conforme. Et on doit être conforme nationalement et aussi internationalement. Donc, il faut que les athlètes s'assurent que s'ils apportent leur équipement dans une compétition ailleurs, qu'ils n'auront pas de problème. Donc maintenant, on a donné le signal de commencer la partie. So we're ready to start the first end in this game. So it's Alexandre Lemaire will be starting with the first ball. Again, at the beginning of the end, the sport assistant will move the ramp right to left in order to make sure that he didn't set it up before, you know, kind of like, okay, we're going to play there, because the athlete has to be in control of that. So he will tell that he's going to play a long ball. Hopefully they set up the new camera today that we can see this. So I might have to stand up and see where the ball is because I can't see it right now. Oh, there it is, just in front of me. But you can't see it right now, so I don't know. I'm hoping the cameras will. There it is. And first ball is released. Oh, my goodness. Very good first ball. I'm sure he wanted it in front, but the distance is good. Came and parked itself on the right of the jack. So leaving it exposed to his opponent, Teresa from New Brunswick. Again, at that distance, the importance of having that first ball in front is definitely the goal. Donc ici, on a eu une belle balle, belle distance, mais elle s'est placée à droite du cochonnet. Donc, le joueur de Nouveau-Brunswick place sa rampe. So, une fois que la rampe est placée, on n'a plus besoin de bouger après. Parce que déjà, on obligeait de bouger la rampe de droite à gauche. Mais maintenant, une fois qu'elle est installée durant cette manche, à moins que c'est nécessaire de faire un ajustement, c'est pas obligatoire. Donc, une première balle qui a quand même fait bouger la balle rouge de Alexandre. Donc, quand même un lancer réussi. On a déplacé la balle rouge du cochonnet. Maintenant, on va probablement aller en placement. Donc, autour de reprendre la possession du cochonnet. So, the shot was good. We moved that red ball away from the jack. And now the goal will be to put her ball on the jack. Donc, l'athlète a indiqué à quelle hauteur qu'elle voulait avoir. Et voilà, très belle balle. Peut-être un peu trop de force, mais comme je vous dis, les balles sont plus dures parce que ça a fait rebondir. Vous voulez venir juste venir se placer. Donc, avec un rebond, ça fait en sorte qu'Alexandre a quand même accès au cochonnet et il va probablement essayer de placer sa prochaine balle devant et définitivement devant le cochonnet. So that shot was a good line, very good, but again, just a little bit too much power, so it come and gave it a little bounce and didn't stick to the front of the jack. Ouais, une très belle balle venue se placer en avant, mais peut-être pas assez proche encore. Effectivement, donc on doit relancer pour Alexandre. Et voilà, le lancer est fait. Beaucoup de force. Oh boy. OK, donc on a poussé le cochonnet dans le but de rester, garder sa balle et suivre, mais on n'a pas réussi de faire ça parce que sa balle s'est trouvée en arrière du cochonnet. So now we're doing our setup and for the next shot. Again, playing the long ball is a challenge. That first ball is crucial when you play the long ball because it really sets the tone. So if you leave a lot of space, then we got a situation where we open up our opponents to score. And then got on the blue, so a bit block there. And the release here. You'll try to get into again on the 3 blue connected together. Donc il y a 3 balles bleues ensemble. On voulait rentrer dans l'espace. Donc c'est certain qu'on va rajuster la rampe. C'est certainement son avantage. S'il peut venir placer une balle bleue dans l'espace, devant le cochonnet, ça va donner un peu plus de difficulté à Alexandre pour les prochains lancers. Puis il reste 2 balles. Et 1 minute. Et on a bloqué l'espace, mais on n'a pas réussi à mettre une balle plus près. Donc, c'est sa dernière balle à jouer. Il reste 54 secondes. Il peut aller en pousser sur la balle qu'elle vient de mettre dans l'espace. So maybe with a push, you can, and if both balls follow, they need to be closer than the 2 that are on the right. She does have 30 seconds left. And, oh, nice. She went right through, wanted to stick it to the front, but there's still an opening there for Alexandre. He's going to come out and see how much space and how close that blue is to the jack. Donc ici, on vient vérifier la distance qu'on a du cochonnet. Il y a quand même un espace où il peut rentrer quelques balles. Comme c'est là, c'est les bleus qui comptent. On va voir, il est très, très haut, la rampe. Ça doit être une balle vraiment... Je pense le but, c'était de frapper fort dans la bleue pour la retirer de là. Et encore, il l'a bougé un peu, mais j'espère qu'il n'a pas bougé trop pour qu'il ne puisse plus la voir. Il reste 2 balles. Ça, on va vérifier encore. On s'enligne. S'il réussit à enlever la balle bleue, c'est évident qu'il va s'accorder 3 points ici. Donc un autre essai à bouger la bleue. Et est-ce que c'est assez? Elle est sortie. Très, très beau lancer. So he's in a good position here. He's taken out the blue, so the scoring chance for the blue team. And now he's with this, he is scoring 3, and he got 1 ball left. So if he can get into the right, just within the front soldiers there, he'll be scoring an extra point. Again, adjustments are made according to the balls that are left. He has a very hard one. And now he's going more in a placement, so he's not using the power that he needed earlier. Donc ici, il a besoin de moins de puissance s'il veut y aller en placement. Donc ici, il veut trouver l'espace à l'emplacement juste assez pour être en position de pointage. Et encore, il va falloir mesurer la balle bleue la plus près afin de déterminer s'il a 3 ou 4 points. L'arbitre ici invite les athlètes pour venir voir. So the athletes here come up to see. Et ça a l'air comme si c'était un 4e point avec sa dernière balle. Donc, Alexandre Lemaire prend l'avance ici de 4 points. Donc, 4-0 après la première manche contre Teresa McLeod de Nouveau-Brunswick. Mais très bien joué des deux. On a su de faire des bons déplacements, des bons placements. Very well played end. Now it will be Teresa McLeod to take the jack ball and put it in play. So as soon as the referee gives the jack ball to the player, the timer starts. So the first ball is also in this timed end. In the past, it wasn't included, but now we've seen that it's better for everyone. It takes less time, and the athletes sometimes would take 2 minutes, 3 minutes to put in the jack ball in play, and now it's a little bit more efficient this way. So we're not playing as far in the court here, more towards the middle, well, the front half. So Teresa seems to have the ability to move her arms up. I haven't seen her use a head pointer. Same thing for Alexandre. He's using his hands to release the ball with a pointer. That's a very, very good first ball. Donc une première balle très bien placée, en ligne avec l'adversaire, devant le cochonnet. exemple, getting ready to release his ball. Might want to go for with a little bit of volume to push. Exactly. Create an opening for himself with the second one. So now we've moved the ball to be side by side instead of one in front. And now the jack is open for him. Il va y aller en placement. Manquer la cible ici de justesse. Se trouve derrière. Et le lancer, encore un peu trop long, un peu trop fort, mais je suis certaine qu'avec sa prochaine, il va vouloir pousser le cochonnet vers l'arrière. C'est une option. Et donc, on a frappé fort dans le cochonnet. C'est un peu trop fort. Donc, avec cette poussée, à cause des balles étaient en arrière, il est plus proche. Mais il y a encore d'espace pour le joueur de Nouveau-Brunswick de placer sa balle. If anybody is interested in watching the live game, you can go to Boccia Canada, and there will be a link to watch the games live. And you can, on that same website, you can find a lot of information about boccia. So there's the shot, really nice, rolled right into that gap, and in a very good position. Alexandre getting set up. Release the ball. And make contact with some of his balls that are in front. He has one ball remaining. At this point, might be starting to think about closing up that gap, or at least coming in and being close to the blue. Well, if you can actually see the jack, obviously the jack would be the best deal, but at this point, if you can see part of the blue, maybe coming in close, because if there's that opening and Teresa finds it, she can put in a few points there. Donc ici, Alexandre devrait commencer à penser à fermer les espaces ou bien au moins venir plus près de la bleue que possible. Donc c'est à voir si ça a été assez pour bloquer son adversaire dans l'ouverture pour venir compter d'autres points. Encore, on ne peut pas voir qu'est-ce que l'athlète peut voir dans cet instant-ci. Donc, we cannot see what the athlete is able to see. It looks like an opening to us. Maybe sitting in their chair, it's not a big opening. There might be factors involved like her reds and that one blue. So we'll see if she manages to get through. If she manages to get through, she'll be able to put in a few points. She has one right now, guaranteed. And there's two. And then, bumped up against one of the reds. Again, there's lots of traffic in front. Squeeze through that opening. Donc, on va essayer de rentrer dans l'ouverture. Il y a toujours ces balles qui sont en avant qui parfois peuvent avoir causer des problèmes à notre athlète de faire ce qu'elle veut vraiment faire. Il nous reste une minute. Une minute pour lancer à la 2 balles. Et encore à la même place. Donc, c'est sûr que les balles qui sont en avant lui donnent un peu de problème. So we see that the balls that are in front are definitely in her way. But again, if she places one more, she'll be a close game, a new game, a different outcome here. Will be get closer. So. Good. So she had a hard ball left and decided to go with the push. And it's looking like 3 points for her. And that's what the referee puts up as the results here. We're in the end of the second end. We have a close game. New Brunswick has scored 3 points, bringing the score to 4-3. With Alexandre in the lead for Quebec, and we're heading into the third end. So referee is going to give the jack ball to Alexandre, who is going to put it in play. A lot indicates that he is going to play long again, because it was a good strategy in the first end. He scored 4 points. So he might be doing that again, with using all the extensions. And pretty much exactly where he played his first end. And he's hoping that his first ball will be a little bit more precise this end. Donc, il va à la même place avec son cochonnet. On va espérer pour lui que sa première balle va être plus précise que la première manche et que on va pouvoir la garder en avant. Sa première manche c'était une bonne décision pour lui d'aller long. Donc, la préparation pour sa première balle. Il s'est libéré. Bon, ça c'est beaucoup mieux. C'est certain qu'on aurait aimé voir cette première balle plus en avant, parce que quand même, avec la force de son adversaire, c'est pas difficile de contrer ce lancer. So this is not going to be a hard shot for Teresa here. The jack is open. So with the jack, with the first ball in front of the jack, it forces the opponent to use more than one ball it's a harder target to hit. Now it's an easier target to hit because we have a good base. You got 2 balls, one beside the other. She can hit the jack and her ball will follow. She can hit the red and her ball will stay. So those are some of the options. But with the 2 ball, one in front of the other, it's a smaller target. Ready for the release, and there it is. See if she's able to accomplish exactly. So pushing that the blue out and exposing the jack. Now, more likely, she will try the placement. Donc, elle va y aller en placement pour la prochaine, étant donné qu'elle a créé tout cet espace. Et il va prendre... le but, c'est de prendre possession du cochonnet. And let's see if her ball is accurate. Because again, the force of that distance, it's a catch-22. If you don't put enough volume on the ball, then it won't reach the target, and it's harder to gauge how hard it come into the jack. So at that distance, millimeter higher speed, gravity, all that stuff makes that ball travel. And at this point, it has to travel a long way, so that has to be taken into consideration, and then it has to be accurate. Okay, so again, now, that's the speed you wanted, just to come and park itself right there. And Alexandre was very, very good shot here. Now the importance, again, to play, know your every ball, know the distance that they can travel, know at what height you want to let them go. Donc on va avec la pleine vélocité. On a manqué la cible. Tu vois la différence? La différence entre une balle, une en avant de l'autre, beaucoup plus difficile à bouger. On doit frapper la cible directement dessus. Tantôt, on avait 2 balles, une à côté de l'autre. Donc, on avait une meilleure chance de frapper parce que et là, tu vois, avec la cible, la balle rouge directement en avant du cochonnet, ça devient de plus difficile à vraiment bouger cette balle. Avec sa prochaine balle, on va y aller en placement. Exactement, exactement. On a été en placement, on protège la région. On reste proche. So now the job is to come and place as many balls as possible in front. She does need to score to change the score, but you still have another end. So right now, maybe placing one and then pushing it forward. So there's 2 balls here. So a placement and then a push to try to score. She's coming up a little short. Wanted that more in the line of her opponent as opposed to on her side. Donc, on voit ici que la balle est un peu plus à droite qu'elle voulait. C'est sûr que si la balle avait été un peu plus à gauche, ça aurait donné plus de problèmes à son adversaire. Et donc, agir comme un petit bloc. Forcer Alexandre de jouer soit à droite ou à gauche. Mais là, il y a encore cette ouverture. Avec la dernière balle, c'est important de venir fermer cette ouverture-là, au moins placer une balle qui pousserait Alexandre à jouer plus qu'une balle pour compter. On secondes. Beaucoup de temps. Encore un peu trop fort. Il fallait vraiment qu'elle vienne placer ses 2 dernières balles dans cet espace entre les 2 balles bleues devant. Donc, on aurait voulu placer 2 balles ici dans l'ouverture. Là, on a de l'espace, mais quand même la balle bleue qui est proche de la balle rouge, elle aide Teresa à vraiment diminuer le montant de points qu'Alexandre peut faire. Mais c'est ça. Il y a aussi des belles balles pour s'accoter dessus. So he has some balls that he can put in there with using the blue as a backboard. We'll see what he decides to do. Donc, came up short. Again, lots of power on those last, well, he took out his block, make some more space. But again, like he needs to be on the jack or really, really, really close. Okay, not closer than the blue. Score. Yes, for the score. Again, the referee has indicated only one because this last one that he's gonna need to push that in a bit because the blue that is closest to the jack is stopping him from being able to score more. Trying to push. There it is. Nice push to be able to come in and possibly score a second. And it is indicated that he just scored 2. So bringing the score here for Quebec. He's going to come and check. 6-3. Donc le pointage après la 3e manche, on est rendu à 6-3 pour le Québec. Très bien joué. Donc, on se prépare pour la 4e manche avec 1 minute de repos entre les manches. Ici, Alexandre Lemaire avec une avance de 3 points sur Teresa McLeod. Et c'est le Nouveau-Brunswick qui va avoir le cochonnet en ce moment pour le jouer. On a annoncé 15 secondes. So Teresa McLaren getting ready to throw out her first ball. She's playing her jack at the same spot she did earlier and hoping for a very good first ball. Again, on the side, bigger target for Alexandre. Donc ici, Alexandre va se préparer pour lancer sa première balle. Et elle va en placement. Et c'est assez pour reprendre possession du cochonnet. Vous voyez un petit peu d'espace en arrière. We've lined up the ramp, chose the ball, set it up on the height, and we're going pretty powerful here, trying to get a good push. And unfortunately, we missed the target. So she'll go again. Donc, elle est allée en puissance pour déloger les balles. Elle a manqué la cible et donc elle doit lancer encore. Il va encore avec beaucoup de volume sur la balle. Lancer de puissance. On a bougé les choses, peut-être assez pour rapprocher le cochonnet de sa balle bleue et créer de l'espace. Effectivement, en poussant le cochonnet vers l'arrière, on a réussi de reprendre le point. On va voir qu'est-ce qu'Alexandre décide de faire, est-ce qu'il va y aller en puissance pour déloger. Il y a quand même plusieurs balles qui lui restent, donc il peut définitivement avoir plusieurs options ouvertes à lui. Donc he's got a lot of options here, lots of balls left. Might go into a powerful dislodging, just break it all up. We'll see what he decides to do. And yes, just enough power to move things around. So forcing Teresa to take the next shot. So next shot goes to blue. Donc on a bougé les choses. En bonne position, sa balle a resté en avant du cochonnet. Looking at going into placement, playing the ball low on the ramp. Must be trying to make it very controlled. I wonder what she's going to follow up with. Maybe a push. Again, the clock indicating on the 1 minute mark. So it has puts a little bit of pressure of rushing the shots a bit, but she was ready to go. And now she'll have, there it is, the push. 42 seconds to play her last ball. Starting now, so the ramp doesn't need to be aligned. I think she has good alignment. Now she needs to see the velocity, how high she's gonna release it. She has 23 seconds left, and there's the shot. And a nice little push forward. Good work. Not sure if she's scoring because it's her last ball, so it doesn't make any difference. But it looks like she's scoring because there isn't any room between the jack and the blue, so she is probably scoring right now. But again, Alexandre has 4 balls left and is in a good position to move things around. Donc, il lui reste 4 balles à Alexandre, donc il y a beaucoup de temps de changer cette situation. Il voit le cochonnet, il peut le bouger. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont ouvertes à lui. Donc, on va voir quelle stratégie qu'il va commencer avec. En ce moment, on va dire, il gagne la partie. Essayer pour voir combien de points qu'il va finir par faire. Cette balle est sortie. So, that ball is out of play, but it did its job. Move things around for him. He hasn't asked who was scoring unless he did, and I didn't hear him. The referee's getting ready for the question. Going to that one just resulted in kind of being a little on the right there. Il va avec son prochain lancer. Encore à droite. I'm not sure why he's playing on the right of the group of balls unless he has a strategy. There you go. So all the balls have been thrown, and we will see now the final results of this game against Quebec and New Brunswick. We'll measure the closest blue. Semblerait que c'est rouge qui a un point. So it looks like the red is scoring. It was closer than the blue. We'll get the official results from the referee. And he's indicated the one red. So the final score here, Quebec takes it 7-3 against New Brunswick. Congratulations to both players, and we'll be following up with another game shortly.
Do you hear that?
All those guys, keep going.
That's the sound of real-world experience. That's NC Life. Apply now and start this September. Visit niagaracollege.ca/apply.
You've got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and spent 2 years going through the program. Are you ready? Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, hundred thousands, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready, kneel, and take kneel. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, well, we're on kneel right now, and we're gonna go to clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, clerks? And take clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only hard off camera, sorry I'm going live. So I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take my line.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I can surf online, I can take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
At Niagara College, our beautiful campuses and student-centered community prepare you to be career ready. Curious? Why not experience NC life for yourself? Visit niagaracollege.ca/tour today.
We're back here with the Boccia Canada Championship here at the RA Centre in our match against in the BC1 category. Donc, on est de retour ici dans le match dans le volet de BC1. Les athlètes Chris Alpin qui vient de la Colombie-Britannique. Il va jouer contre Christine Bureau du Québec, donc avec le numéro 105 et Chris Alpin, le numéro 103. Ici, nous sommes dans la période de réchauffement, so we're in the warm-up period now. Donc, la période d'échauffement est terminée ici. Justine Bureau qui vient du Québec en BC1. C'est championnat canadien. C'est pas son premier. Elle a du courage et beaucoup de détermination. Elle a de l'audace et de la compétition. Elle aime bien compétitionner. Donc, on va voir ici son jeu. C'est la première fois qu'on la voit aujourd'hui. Hier, je n'ai pas eu la chance. J'ai vu Chris Alpin jouer. Chris Alpin, c'était quand même un athlète avec beaucoup d'expérience. Ça fait des années qu'il est dans le sport de boccia. Il fait partie du programme canadien. Ça fait plusieurs années. Donc ici, avec les BC1, c'est certainement la constance. Vous allez voir ici, les athlètes ont quelqu'un qui les aide dans leur jeu, les assistants sportifs, pour les aider à prendre la balle. Donc ici, nous allons avoir le cochonnet est mis en jeu. En jeu ici, et c'est réussi. Maintenant, Justine va jouer sa première balle. Et c'est fait. Donc, la première balle est en jeu, elle est derrière le cochonnet. Maintenant, au tour à Chris Alpin de jouer sa prochaine balle. Et il y a une belle première balle pour Chris Alpin. Il est en avant du cochonnet, exactement où il aime être placé. Justine va lancer une prochaine balle. Donc, on manque un peu de précision ici au niveau de les lancers à Justine. On va se réaligner. Encore, on essaie de placer sa balle devant, auprès du cochonnet. Donc là, on a considéré ça une balle échappée. Hier, on a eu encore des balles échappées, surtout dans la catégorie BC1, ça arrive assez fréquemment. Et on a réalisé que le règlement au sujet de cette balle échappée, si la balle échappée ne se trouve pas dans le terrain de jeu, elle ne tombe pas dans le terrain de jeu, elle peut être réutilisée ou remise à l'athlète. Mais si la balle échappée se trouve en jeu, ce qui veut dire qu'elle sort devant la boîte des joueurs, elle est en jeu. Elle ne peut pas la revoir. Donc là, deuxième balle échappée de Justine. Et voilà. Donc, il y a beaucoup de difficultés de garder ces balles à la même endroit. La précision ici. Donc là, Chris, qui est quand même un joueur d'expérience, il a joué au niveau international. Il a aussi fait partie de l'équipe nationale. Donc, beaucoup d'expérience. Il vient de la Colombie-Britannique et ça fait longtemps qu'il est dans le circuit. Gagné au Parapan American Games, il a gagné la médaille de bronze en 2015. Encore au championnat de boccia, la médaille d'argent en 2015. Et en 2023-2024, il a aussi gagné des championnats à Mississauga au Boccia Blast. C'est un médaillé. Donc, encore beaucoup plus d'expérience. Et on va voir s'il est capable de garder ses balles toutes dans la même région. So if he can play his ball in one group, keep them together, he is able to come up with a high score here. And that's a good one. Not sure if it's the one blue that went away is going to be closer than the closest red. So we'll see. Now he needs to keep those balls right close to where he threw the last one. Encore, on a un petit peu de problème avec la précision. Ces catégories d'athlètes sont plus atteints de la paralysie cérébrale. So athletes in the BC1 category are the most afflicted in the condition of the cerebral palsy. And so often see that it's difficult for them to be precise with their shots. Donc, Chris went out to see and to check what he wants to do next with his remaining ball. And, played a little bit fast there, Chris. Sometimes he gets to play too fast. No rush. He has lots of time. Looks like it's his last ball. And he's got a minute to play it. We'll see if that one scores. We'll have to determine the closest red. So 2 for sure, maybe 3. Oh my goodness, he was 5 reds. What did he say? 3 blue. Oh, phew. I don't know what I was hearing. I think I was hearing somebody else, something on another court. Yes, exactly what I was hearing. So Chris Alpin here takes the lead against Quebec 3-0. So scored 3 points there. Justine has to keep those balls closer together. She has to keep them in front. And that will be the goal. Maybe a little bit nervous playing against Chris Alpin, but she shouldn't be because she has the ability to give us some very interesting shots. Donc, ça va être important pour elle de rester calme pour que Christine puisse garder ses balles proches. Ça va être un de ses grands défis. Là, ça va être le tour à Chris Alpin d'avoir le cochonnet. Donc, pour la prochaine manche. Okay, so referee has given the jack to Chris, and Chris will approach and position himself for his shot. Maintenant, suivre avec une bonne première balle. On veut la vue en avant, on la vue sur le côté de notre adversaire. OK, on a mis assez de puissance. Je pense que à ce moment-ci, là, Chris, son cochonnet est peut-être placé un peu plus loin qu'il voudrait l'avoir. Donc, il est obligé de mettre plus de force à son lancer. Et en plus qu'on met de la force, moins qu'on a de la précision. Donc, au tour à Justine de lancer sa première balle. Elle est très capable de faire cette distance. Elle est très capable d'être très précis. Il faut juste qu'elle reste calme. En ce moment, ça rester calme, prendre son temps, pas se mettre de pression. Donc, Justine est accompagnée de son père ici. Souvent, les athlètes sont accompagnés par les membres de la famille. Donc, ça peut quand même une balle qui peut nuire à Chris parce qu'elle est placée devant sa boîte. Et parfois, ces lanceurs-là, ils déposent la balle près de leur chaise et ensuite elle roule. Donc, ça pourrait peut-être être une balle qui peut nuire à à son adversaire Chris. Again, drop ball. Drop ball, it went in the back of her. Tends to having a lot of trouble grasping the ball today. Some days are better. And the tendency of putting the ball too far behind her head. And her sport assistant cannot say anything to her, cannot encourage her, cannot tell her to do anything. He cannot coach during the game. So, on n'a pas le droit de donner des indications à l'athlète durant la partie. Ça peut causer une punition. Donc là, on y va. OK. Donc, un peu de frustration ici de la part de Justine. C'est pas évident. It's not that easy when you start getting frustrated. You gotta remain calm. As soon as she bends that elbow, there it is. On va visiblement voir un peu de frustration de la part de Justine. C'est pas évident. Si on échappe des balles, les balles font pas ce qu'elle veut aujourd'hui. Elle vient d'en échapper un autre. Beaucoup de difficultés pour Justine en ce moment. Très agitée, elle doit se calmer. Sinon, ça va être de plus en plus difficile pour elle. Bon, là vient à bout de lancer sa balle. Il en reste une autre. Une autre balle échappée. There you go. Now she got rid of the ball real quick. I think that's the key. La prochaine manche, fait que peut-être penser à libérer la balle plus rapidement, éviter de l'amener en arrière de sa tête. Plus facile dit que faire, parce qu'avec l'appareil cérébral, on n'a pas toujours le contrôle. Et quand on est un peu agité, ça n'aide pas la situation. Donc, it's Chris Halpin has he got a lot of traffic in front of him, and it's not easy. It looks easy, but it's not. So, because of the way they throw the ball, he can hit easily. He can hit a couple of these balls that are parked in front of him. But he got through. Good job. So he sees a little opening, and if he keeps that, he'll be able to put in a few points for him. Donc Chris a trouvé l'ouverture. Vous voyez ici, il est quand même, il en a frappé une de ces petites balles en avant. Fait qu'il vérifie, il y en a 2. OK. Donc ça veut dire que la dernière balle n'a pas été assez loin. Il y a une balle rouge qui est plus près. Donc, il faut vraiment, s'il veut compter plus de points, il doit s'assurer de passer dans ces espaces. So if he's looking to score any more points, he makes sure that he doesn't hit any of those blocks. Trop fort. Il y a beaucoup de temps, là. Il n'y a pas besoin de s'empresser. Il a énormément de temps pour lancer 2 autres balles. Okay. Il veut la faire mesurer. Pas nécessairement nécessaire à ce point, avec une avance de 3 points. Ça perd beaucoup de son temps, puis encore 2 autres balles. I'm not sure if this is the great decision for Chris to ask the referee to measure, especially if takes up a lot of time. So now he only has a minute to throw his last 2 balls. Because with the 3-point lead, there's really no need to measure. Donc là, il reste 35 secondes pour lancer 2 balles. En voilà une. Elle est longue. Il va faire travailler l'arbitre tantôt. He's going to give the referee lots of work there to measure. Put one in close there, Chris. And that's better. That's much better. Okay, so those are for sure. All the balls have been thrown. Toutes les balles ont été lancées. Fin de la manche. Et maintenant, l'heure de faire travailler l'arbitre. Avec toutes ces distances-là, il va déterminer la balle rouge la plus près. Il doit bouger les balles. Peut-être qu'il serait mieux de bouger une balle bleue. I'm not going to tell him their job. So now we're going to check if, there one, that's another one that counts. So we got 4, and that one, ooh, maybe, oh my goodness. Yep. So that one counts. No. No. If you ask me when he measured, that ball was inside that radius, but Let's let the referee do their job. We're gonna measure twice. Cut once. Okay, so yes. It's a little difficult, a little bit nerve-wracking there when you're scoring, but I did see that blue inside the radius, so it's 6 points here for Chris Halpin. So he managed to put 6 points, so taking the lead now 9-0 against Justin Bureau from Quebec. So BC takes the lead here in going into the third end. Justine needs to regain her composure. She needs to remain calm, one ball at a time. Try not to think too much. And the coach is going to have a little conversation with her athlete. We are going to begin the third end with Justine from Quebec sending out the jack ball. Followed by the first ball. Suivi de la première balle. Encore une grande respiration. Elle doit vraiment rester calme. C'est un des grands défis avec les athlètes, la nervosité. C'est certain que quand on a beaucoup de spasticité et on a difficulté de tenir la balle, on veut lancer la balle, mais notre corps ne nous laisse pas faire. Ça, c'est bien. Bonne première balle pour Justine ici. Tu vois là, qu'elle s'est calmée un peu là, depuis les 2 dernières manches. Donc, on est content de voir qu'elle a bien réussi cette première balle pour elle. Chris has an open jack. Hope for him that he capitalizes on it. Un peu fort. So a little bit long. He's going to go again. Long again. So Chris, with the 3 balls, has managed now to be closer to the jack, but the jack is still open and still. Justine peut quand même atteindre le cochonnet. Il est ouvert. Elle a juste à passer une belle petite balle en avant, là, pas trop loin. Donc ça devrait bien aller. C'est juste pour reprendre sa confiance, là, c'est si elle pouvait placer une balle en avant, ça ira loin pour la mettre en confiance. Another nearly drop ball. Définitivement pas sa meilleure journée. Justine, en ce moment, elle a vraiment de la difficulté à garder ce contrôle de ce bras qui veut toujours aller vers l'arrière et qu'elle échappe. Elle doit garder cette balle en devant elle et non la porter. Elle doit. Bon. Bon, garder la balle devant elle, la laisser aller devant elle, ça a fonctionné. Donc, she needs to keep that ball in front of her shoulder. And just give it a nice little, let her do its work. Trying to push too hard. Keep the ball in front. Nope. And there it is. Oh, nice one. Yes. Again, the shot she needed to regain some confidence. Donc, très important. Une belle balle. C'est ça, la constance. La pression, ça l'affecte beaucoup. Donc, on fait beaucoup de travail sur la préparation mentale avec les athlètes afin qu'ils puissent garder calme durant les parties. Donc là, Chris il est très capable d'arriver puis reprendre le point. Une petite poussée sur le cochonnet. Il pourrait arriver puis aller chercher les points avec les balles en arrière. So, a little push. Depends how... Again, he's also struggling for the release. It's there it is. Nice little push, but he brought the red along, but the jack is a little open now, so he can push that jack again and go and get the 3 balls that are behind it. Missed the target, but he had the idea. He was trying to get into the jack there, push it back. Donc, il a essayé d'exécuter la poussée du cochonnet vers l'arrière, mais on a manqué la cible. il est déçu. Il dit, ouais, coudonc, je ramène tout le temps la rouge avec moi. Donc, ça, c'est bon pour Justine. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Ah oui, il lui reste une balle. Donc, il faut faire attention. Il ne faut pas qu'elle frappe le cochonnet trop fort. En ce moment, elle est en position de compter. I want to change up too many things here because her ball is scoring. Another drop ball. Donc, elle avait une belle ligne, cette balle-là, très droite. Il y a un bon follow-through. Donc, 1 pour un rouge. Donc, Justine a compté 1 point sur cette manche. Elle a réussi à faire au moins ici, avoir un peu plus de contrôle, se lancer. Elle est partie d'en avant. Elle a regardé en avant d'elle la balle au lieu de l'amener derrière sa tête. So, good work for Justine. Donc, Chris Alpin mène la partie contre Christine 9-1. On s'en va dans la dernière manche dans quelques minutes. Dans 34 secondes. So Chris will be starting with the jack ball. The referee has given him the ball, and now he will put it in play. Playing a little long. But he's good. He's good at that distance. No problem. He can make that shot. Nice one. We wanted to stop in front, but it didn't stop in front. But it's a very nice one. Now we'll be up to Justine to stay calm and be able to execute the shot. Donc, il faut qu'elle reste calme pour être capable de au moins mettre des... ça y en prend juste une proche. Elle échappe. Oh, excellente balle. Bravo pour Justine. Elle a réussi de faire un beau lancer. Garde ça simple. Garde la balle en avant de ton épaule. On respire. So that was a very nice shot from Justine. She should be proud of that. Don't bend the elbow. Keep the arms straight. And there we go. Nice and relaxed. Follow through. She tries to truly avoid getting the ball way too far because she loses loses the grip and the connection with the fingers. Donc, on garde sa balle en avant. Et juste comme ça. Oups. Okay. Ça, c'est une balle en jeu. Elle ne peut pas la revoir, celle-là. Another drop ball. Une autre balle échappée. Et voilà, on a réussi à faire un bon lancer avec beaucoup de force. Il manquait de précision, mais au moins on a réussi à faire le lancer. Il reste 43 secondes pour lancer ses prochaines balles. Donc, c'est sûr qu'il faut les lancer plus vite. Ça, c'est une dernière balle pour Justine. 30 secondes. Bon. Très bien. Bon, on voit qu'il y a de la force là-dedans. Elle est capable de lancer très fort. C'est juste contrôler, maîtriser la poussée de la balle, empêcher la main d'aller derrière la tête. So her biggest struggle is to keep the hand in front of her shoulder. And as soon as she drops it behind her head, definitely loses the power in the fingers. The reason why so many drop balls. So Chris has pretty much open. It's a good thing that Justin has a nice a ball nicely positioned there. So Chris is going to have to come in really close to the jack to score. He's in a very good scoring position here, and managed to back up the red a bit. Il reste quand même 4 balles à jouer. Très bien. Ça, c'est 2 points pour lui. Il ne demandera pas de mesurer, là, c'est assez clair. So, Chris has scored 2 here. We'll see how many points he can make. One's a little bit wild, rushed it a bit. Might be one of his softer balls and thinks he needs to throw it really, really hard. And the volume, the velocity of the throw really has an effect on the precision. So throwing out too strong, the trade-off is a little less precision. got 2 minutes, lots of time, and he should be taking his time. We encourage that. There's another, just short, because that red is really hindering him scoring that many points. So he's got 2. Let's see if he can score a third one. 1 minute 39 de reste pour lancer une dernière balle. Très bien. So that was another good shot from Chris, scoring 3. Looks like it's 3. That's what the referee. So brings this game with a win for BC. Chris Halpin 12-1 against Justine Bureau from Quebec. Good work. C'est tout ou rien. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 2025 Canadian Boccia Championship here at the RA Centre. Bienvenue à le championnat canadien l'édition 2025 ici à Ottawa au RA Centre. On commence une partie ici avec les BC2. On est en période d'échauffement. Ça va prendre 2 minutes pour que la partie commence. On a Kristen Collins de numéro 203, Kristen Collins de Terre-Neuve contre Nathan Braggs de numéro 206. Nathan, je crois bien qu'il est de... Je vais vous confirmer ça. De la Colombie-Britannique. Donc, on a un joueur de Terre-Neuve contre Colombie-Britannique. Donc, on ramasse les balles. We're going to start the game soon. Less than 18 seconds. And then the referee, the head referee will signal us to start. It will be Kristen from Newfoundland that will start this game in the first 10 with the jack and be throwing out her first ball. Kristen is getting ready to throw out the jack. Kristen has been part of the national team program. She is from St. John's, Newfoundland, Labrador, and is in the category of the BC2. Perfect first ball. A little bit of history. In 2014, the Canadian Championship, she got individual silver. In 2017, she and her teammates won gold. And then at another competition at the CPRSRA World Games, silver for her team. 2019 Canadian Championship team silver medal. In 2021 in Sao Paulo, she finished with bronze in the team event. 2022 again, bronze in individual at the World Boccia in Rio de Janeiro. 2023 World Boccia Santiago Challenger, bronze in individual and silver in team. And the World Boccia Santiago Para Pan Ams, silver for their teams, and in 2024 she came up in the bronze medalist for individual and silver for the team event. So very decorated athlete, very coachable, some of the comments. So here we go with the BC having taken up 3 of his balls to throw and try to move that first ball. So very, very good first ball, and giving the opponent lots of difficulty here. Nathan from BC. So 5 balls to move that good placed first ball. Importance here of the first ball. Here we see a classic example of how a well-played first ball can really give an opponent lots of difficulty. So all the ball have been thrown. He was able to move that ball off the jack. And Kristen comes back and takes over the point here, controlling the jack, pushing it back, creating a lot of space for herself. Donc si avec premier lancer, elle a réussi à pousser le cochonnet et faire beaucoup d'espace pour elle-même. Et voilà. Donc, en bonne position de compter plusieurs points ici. Un autre. Un autre. So 4 for now. Et possiblement 5 points ici dans cette première manche. This first end, we're looking at 5 points, and Kristen gets on that scoreboard with a very convincing end here, scoring 5-0 against BC. Couple of things Nathan needs to work on for his next end. Definitely taking more time to take his shots, and also just a little bit more precision. So getting ready for the second end. It will be BC with the jack ball. Athletes have 1 minute between ends. The coach can go and talk to them and have a little bit of a conversation and establish some strategies. You have 15 seconds left. They have to be off the court or making the way off. Here we go. So the referee will be giving Nathan the ball. I'll put the jack ball in play, which is done. Donc, le cochonnet est en jeu, c'est réussi. Et la première balle. Très bien, c'est une bonne première balle. Il a lancé très rapidement, mais ça a été, ça a porté fruit pour lui. Okay, on va voir qu'est-ce que Kristen va faire avec cette situation. So let's see if she's able to counter this shot and take possession of the jack again. Goes in with a hard shot to just move things around. She got a piece of it, but the outcome wasn't what she intended. Elle va aller avec un deuxième lancer. On essaye 2 lancers pour bouger les choses. Et voilà ce qui est fait. On a créé de la distance entre le cochonnet et la balle bleue. Vous voyez, elle est capable de lancer haut par-dessus et par en dessous. Elle n'est pas trop contente avec cette balle. Elle a voulu avoir plus de puissance dessus. A little bit disappointed about that shot, coming short of the target. Looks like those last 2 balls might have been a little bit on the soft side. And another one. She's blocking that right side for him. So putting some traffic in front of her opponent, so trying to minimize his scoring chances. She's hoping that Nathan will at least waste a couple balls on that first ball, but he can throw over it. He's got a good shot. He's strong. Hard shot, pushed that blue forward, but it was already scoring. So he needed that one to stay in play. But she did build a block, a little wall, so take away the entrance through the floor, so he needs to go above. So he can't really roll directly because she put some balls in front. So he's hesitating. He needs to get over that block. And in order to get over the block, he definitely needs to put some power on the ball, so which is causing, there it is. So a good push, but you got to be careful because that red is not scoring, but it's definitely going to stop him from making too many points. Well, he's got 2 in there, possibly 3. He needed to move some stuff around for sure. So good job. Yeah, he needs to slow that down again. 2 minutes and 12, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 balls shot. So you need to calm down, take your time. And another one. So good playing, good playing. She tried to block him and missed her 2 first shots. Was just able to get a little bit of a movement off the jack on the second ball. So we're gonna have to check. I know there's 3. He has to check for the 4th point with the blue on the right, and to see if the red on the left, the red on the right and the blue on their left will be scoring. So final score for, I could hear 3. We'll confirm that for you. Donc ici, on va confirmer le pointage. De 3 points Okay, so we're in the game here. What was it? 3 or 4? 3. So Nathan here is back in the game. 3 to 5. It's anybody's game. Kristen starting with the third end with the jack. Donc ici, il va être content. Ici, Nathan a pris 3 points dans cette manche. Donc, rapproche l'écart. Ça va être une bonne partie. So in BC, the club is called Sportability, CP Sports of BC, with bringing us some athletes over the years. Kristen with the first, with the jack ball. First ball, very well placed. We'll see how Nathan does with this first ball. Again, the goal is to change something within the least amount of balls possible. So one's in close, and now maybe he can go with a more powerful shot to move things around. Okay, good. Push things around. There it is, enough to regain the jack. So now forcing Kristen to take a shot here at taking back the jack. So we have two very strong players here. Preparing for the shot. Didn't want to move that one away. Actually, yeah. So I think she was looking for the jack, but hit the blue. I mean, her own red. Okay. Now she has room to get back to the jack. Passer dans l'espace. That one got away, and it stays in. Kristen also rushing a bit. She's got to cover up that hole there, otherwise Nathan's going to have an exposed jack here. So not a lot of traffic, a blue in the back. Not too dangerous for Nathan here to go aggressive, because even if you push the jack, there's a blue behind. We'll see if he doesn't get blocked by his own. He's got to go. He's got to bank it off something. He went into the space, and it went right through. Got to use that red or put it on the jack. There's an opportunity here to tie up the score and take the lead. And good. Now I can push that forward. It is. So you're gonna have to check if he's got 2 or 1. So he asked the referee. The referee couldn't see. Couldn't see if she said 1 or 2. Well, definitely he could score 3 here if he can push out the jack back a bit. Lots of time. Donc, s'il réussirait à reculer le cochonnet, il pourrait faire suivre sa balle bleue, il pourrait compter 3 points ici. Et ça serait tout un autre match. Donc, a bit of a switch. You never know. He's really, yeah, he needs to pick a style and stick with it for the next shot. Yeah, you see him going overhand, then underhand, then reverse grip, then forward grip. And there you go. No danger there. Perfect. So, very well played. Looks like it's definitely 2, possibly 3. So 2 would tie up the game, and 3 would mean that Nathan is taking the lead. Measuring the red. That's the one that's not sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd ask for another measurement, that's for sure. Okay. So if you come away with a tie here, Kristen is going to be lucky that her red ball has stayed there. So we'll see what the referee, but I think that she just kind of said that there was 2. And 2. Yeah, so that red ball that's in there saved Kristen from having Nathan take the lead here. So we have a tie game at this point. So the last end will be the deciding one for this this game. And Nathan will have the jack and the first ball. Whoa. So Nathan decides to go with the long one. Now the challenge will be his first ball. And that's out. So he gets to throw again. Second shot, it's in play. So at least it's in play. Now we can move on. We'll see how Kristen does at this distance. That's very good ball for Kristen. Now with Nathan again to counter at that distance again. The further they are, the harder it is to be accurate or precise on her shots. But if you get one in there right on the jack, then you're in a pretty good position. So that's the goal. Is try to get right on that jack. And looks like oh, jeez. Again, a little bit of a ricochet. Looks like that ball is out. Exactly. If any part of the ball is touching the line, it is considered out. So he's going to have to go again. Again, if he gets one on there, it'll really be difficult for Kristen. And that looks like the one that's well done. Yeah, that's a nice shot. But lots of balls left for Kristen. She needs to put one on the jack. They only need 1 point to win this game. Il faut faire attention de ne pas se bloquer. Elle est mieux quasiment sorti que bloqué. Très haut, juste de justesse. Donc, ça a manqué de justesse. Si ça avait resté là, ça aurait été une très, très belle balle. So we keep going. She has to score because it's a tie game. She cannot just play defensive. Right now, she needs to score, and that's another ball out. Passé. Probablement que les balles deviennent de plus en plus molles, plus difficiles à se rendre dans le fond du terrain. So it looks like maybe she's getting into the softer balls. It'll be difficult for Kristen to get her ball in there. But still not enough. All she needs is the one. It's a bit short of the target here. Blue, not sure what he's going to decide to do. I mean, he could play them. Got two. So with that one out, he only needs one to win, so he's got it right now. You don't want to risk throwing any of his blue out there, or the jack. Okay, so in second one in to score. Very good game, tie game till the fourth end, and they only went in and went for the long ball, took a big chance, a big risk, threw three out, and finally put one in there. Really giving it, Kristen giving it her all to get in and position a ball also, but Nathan had a good ball behind the jack, kind of hidden back there. So he final score 7-5 for Nathan Braggs from BC against Kristen Collins, Newfoundland. So well played by both. A couple of little mistakes in the first few ends from accuracy for both players actually. So but well played match. And welcome again. We're at another round of games here with the BC3s. We're at the Canadian Boccia Championship here, the 2025 edition at the RA Center in Ottawa. Nous sommes à Ottawa dans le championnat canadien de boccia. Et les parties contre les joueurs en la catégorie BC3 vont commencer bientôt. On a Joshua Gauthier et Samuel Lafleur. Joshua Gauthier de l'Ontario et Samuel Lafleur du Québec. So Joshua is the number 301. He's from Ontario. And we have Samuel Lafleur from Quebec. He's number 304. We're entering in the 2-minute warm-up period now. So during this warm-up, we warm up the jack, we warm up some of our balls with the ramp players. Again, making sure that the balls are in good condition, nice and round. Practicing maybe what we're going to do in our first end. And as we see here, they're practicing their first ball. We have 16 seconds left in this warm-up, and we're going to be starting the game soon. And we have heard from the head referee to start the games. On va commencer maintenant, étant donné que nous sommes prêts, tous les terrains ont fait le réchauffement. Et donc, dans la première manche, on doit bouger la rampe. Puis après, on n'aura pas besoin de la bouger, sauf entre les manches. Et c'est commencé avec le cochonnet qui est en jeu. Joshua is getting ready to draw out his first ball. Very good first ball here. Definitely will be happy with that. That ball is on the jack and on the opponent's side. He decided to go close to the sideline. That will definitely be, sometimes the sideline uses it as a way to have opponent throw some balls to the side. We'll see how the player here from Quebec, Benoit, will do. Samuel. Au-dessus, première balle est sortie, donc l'avantage d'utiliser la ligne de côté parce qu'avec les lancers qu'on doit avoir en force pour bouger le cochonnet et la première balle, c'est de la force que ça prend. Et ici, Samuel a définitivement été avec une balle forte. Mais il faut vraiment frapper, sinon nos balles vont sortir sur le côté. Un autre balle qui est sorti. Donc, avec une balle comme ça, c'est sûr qu'il faut frapper la cible. So, they see the balls are lined up one in front of the other, and now we're looking at a small target, and no chances of keeping the ball inside if you're using. So now with the 2 attempts, is on his third attempt. Maybe now we're thinking about just going in close and staying inside the court and having some balls in the area. So again, he gets to shoot. A little short of the target. There's lots of work that goes into getting used to these ramps. That will be a second time at the national the Boccia Championship. Last year, this player was a wild card and now is part of the Quebec team. Good strategy here. We're trying to get some balls in the way. Donc, on travaille fort à mettre des balles proches du cochonnet. Faut forcer à protéger le point. On a essayé les déplacements. Donc, c'est un joueur quand même assez récent dans la catégorie BC3. On me dit que l'année passée, il était ici, mais pas avec l'équipe du Québec, mais comme wildcard, donc toute seule. Il se représentait par lui-même. Et là, cette année, il fait partie de l'équipe du Québec et donc représente sa province. So it will be the turn for the red to come and play. Joshua is going to now see what he can do with this situation. Again, being careful not to throw the jack out unless he puts a ball in play in the middle. You're going to place one. Very good placement. Very good. Looks like that one's might be scoring for him too. So, une belle balle ici en placement à côté, très précis. Une autre balle en placement. Demander le pointage. Je pense que l'arbitre lui a dit 3 points. Another ball here. Hoping to score with that one too. Looks like it's accomplished. Two more balls left. Still has 3:54 on the clock. Oh, these players were able to play quite fast. And that one got away. Hopefully he didn't push the blue too close so that way he would lose a point. I don't know. It all depends on the blue that's closest to see if it's taking away some of his points. Looks like he's still saying 4. One more ball to play. Oh, probably a very hard one, so that's why he's bringing it down low. Don't want to bust anything open. Want to go nice and delicate there. And voilà. Une balle dure comme ça, là. Définitivement, faut faire attention. Okay, so the referee is looking at the situation. He's going to need to measure. Donc, on appelle les athlètes pour venir voir quand on mesure, pour comprendre, pour observer la mesuration. Donc, il indique aux athlètes qu'il veut mesurer la bleue parce qu'il peut confirmer 3 des points, mais on va aller voir si il y en compte plus que 3. So we always measure the closest blue and see how many reds are within that distance from the jack. Donc, 4 balles. So indicated, verbally told the athletes 4. So in the first hand, Joshua's take the lead with unofficial 4 points. Donc 4 pour Ontario. So Ontario takes the lead. Joshua Gauthier against Samuel Lafleur, 4-0 in the first end. Very well played. OK, donc on va commencer la deuxième manche ici avec le Québec et qu'il va y avoir le cochonnet. On va le mettre en jeu. Samuel va mettre le cochonnet en jeu et il va suivre avec une première balle. Et the jack is in play now to follow up with a first ball. Une bonne première balle. Un peu on l'aime mieux en avant, comme tantôt, mais là, elle est un peu à côté. Donc, it will, Josh has a nice wide target to hit right now. He's not sure if he's going to go with the push and get the blue out of there and then, but maybe he's going to place it first and then get rid of the blue. But if he places first, then it's other team to shoot. So I don't know. Maybe a strategy would be to get rid of the blue, but then he'd still be closer. Anyways, we'll see what he does. Either way, he's gonna try to get on the jack. So he went into the placement when ended up on the side. See if Samuel can take control of the jack now. And just a little bit right to the target. You gotta shoot again. Et ici, encore, on manque un peu de précision. On veut vraiment venir couvrir le cochonnet ici, malgré que la balle à droite pourrait être un problème pour Joshua. Encore à droite de la cible. Ben, ça enlève la poussée, parce qu'il y a bien des balles bleues en arrière, mais ça n'enlève pas le point des rouges. On doit essayer d'attaquer cette balle rouge. The athlete has to release the ball by themselves. Looks like that ball was a bit hung up. Now it is in play. And it was a hard one, so it didn't stay. So a little bit about Josh. He's part of the Espoir team. So the national team program have their athletes that are on a national team program. And they also have a group of athletes where they invite to be on the Espoir team. That means that they benefit from a lot of the training and all the access to the national team coaches. They're also part of some of the worldwide competitions. So kind of the group that they're not there yet, but they're on their way. And also hear that he just was a BC4 before, and now he is a BC3. BC4, they're throwers. They don't use a ramp. And sometimes there's a change in their classification. And obviously he has met the criterias for a BC3 category, and that's why he is now in that category and hasn't been doing the BC3 category extremely long, but he did win last year nationals. So he's a strong player, very, very smart, very strategic. As you see here, we were not able to close the gap. And he's getting in there. So on avait besoin de fermer cette ouverture-là, mais on a eu des difficultés. Pour Samuel, on a joué à droite et à gauche, et on avait besoin de placer quelques balles au centre afin d'éliminer la possibilité de rentrer autant de points dans cette ouverture. Et voilà, beaucoup de place à compter des points. The jack move a bit, so I don't know if it's going to affect how many points, but it's definitely scoring 2. has to measure to see. And at this stage, it's a round robin, so points differential are important, and so they're aware of that. They know where they are in the pool, and especially in the BC3 categories, with some of the athletes, the top three are very, very close, every point counts in order for to have guarantee their advancement in the pool. Tomorrow will be semifinals and finals in the pool, so we'll be having some important championship games here, followed by the medal ceremonies. Again, a good push. He has one more ball to play, and has a whole 2 minutes to do it with. So 3, maybe 4 again. And that marks the end of both athletes have thrown out all their balls. Now they're going to see the outcome of the score, and we're going to be measuring the closest blue, but I don't know, I think it might be very clear at this point. So a couple of things about the BC3 categories. They have a very severe impairment in all 4 limbs. They may have arm movement, but are unable to throw a boccia ball consistently with speed into the playing area. BC3 athletes are able to have an on-court assistant as well as use an assistive device such as a ramp and a pointer, which both of these are present in this game. Some of the pointers are held in position on the athlete's head, and these 2 athletes are able to use the pointer and hold it with their hand, but they will not be able to throw the ball, so that's why they need access to a ramp. And we find sometimes that the BC4 can cross over to the BC3 category because some of them in the BC4 category have a condition that is more degenerative. And so as their condition worsens, they can stay and play bocce with a ramp. Again, it's all about this sport is a good one to stay active, to keep athletes active for a very long time. Some of these young athletes can play at a very mature age. There are athletes of all ages in these sports. There's not divided through age, but classified through their physical disability. So we have the jack ball here is out and ready to meet its first ball. So Joss has a 8-point lead here in this game. We are in the 3rd end. And this first ball is again perfectly executed, perfectly placed. Donc c'est une première balle placée de façon exemplaire. So Samuel is lining up everything and getting ready to throw out his first ball. Again, the target is very small as the balls are lined up. So the accuracy in order to do any kind of displacement has to be very, very high. Accuracy here is needed. And accuracy and the right amount of force in order to bring about change to this situation right now. And it looks like he's got a good line going, and he decides to go in placement instead of trying to blow it away, keeping the balls on the court. Definitely thinking about keeping some balls in play, creating some blocks for his opponent. Playing a little bit more safe. There's a force there. So the strategy here looks like he wants to keep a lot of balls close to the jack, and in the hopes of not letting Joshua score too many points in this end. But then again, it has to be a solid wall for him not to blow through it. And another one. That one's out. I'm surprised they didn't try at least one to blow it out, to move it. But trying to keep everything together here. Okay, so all the balls are gone for Quebec, and now Joshua is, from Ontario has 5 balls left to play. And but I'm not sure if he was able to create a point for himself or I'm thinking that Josh's ball there is on the jack. At this point, he can take a chance, try to blow that right out, create some space, move things around, and then start over. Because if he does that, opens up the play a bit, he'll be able to put in a few more points. And he might need a few shots because those balls were really well placed around the jack. On va y aller avec une autre balle, défoncé. He's going to go for another one. Another hard ball, hard shot. Create some space, move away the blue that are in front. Voila. And oops, having trouble pushing that ball. And it is released. And if we had to start over in the first hand, might have been a good strategy for Joshua to do what he just did, because now he got a ball sitting on top. In the first hand, if you remember, played aggressively, wasted 3 balls, and maybe the strategy would have been to do what he just did now against Josh, like to keep the balls close, because we have expired at least 3 balls trying to move things. Now we have a ball sitting on top. Stop the time. Oh, he concedes. He concedes the last 2 balls because really, if he pushes in there, he might lose the point. So Joshua from Ontario decides to concede the points here. Donc, il laisse faire le lancer des 2 dernières balles parce qu'en ce moment, je dirais, il y a une avance quand même de 8 points. Il y a probablement ici 2, possiblement 3 points. Donc, on va voir comment l'arbitre va mesurer ces choses. We'll see how the referee handles this situation. So il y a 3 balles qui touchent, he says. 3 balls are touching. So that will be... because the blue are there, but they're not touching. And the 3 reds are actually touching the jack. So 2 in the front and 1 on the top. Donc ici, on a 3 points. Oh, 2. Excuse. So 2 are touching. So another 2 points for Ontario here, bringing the lead 10-0. Joshua Gauthier leading this game at this time. And we're going into the last end with a 10-0 lead. So getting ready, the jack ball is in play. So Quebec is finishing this game in the last end, while hoping for him to score some points here. I'm sure he wants to get on the scoreboard. Samuel is going to work hard on his first ball. Donc la première balle ici, c'est très bien exécuté. Bon, il doit être fier de cette première balle. Sometimes we celebrate the small victories. First ball is quite one to celebrate, but again, with the experience of Josh, he'll definitely try to blow that apart. He's got a side angle to that. Not sure how obstructed he is. Like I'm saying, he's got a target. Because that blue is not really in front of him. It's kind of on the side, considering his vantage point. So he'll have a bit of a target there. And going with a lot of power. Moved it apart when his ball is out. Going into placement, came short of the target, but I'm not worried. He still has a couple of options. He can push his red forward, or he can draw again to the jack. And that red ball could be a block for his opponent. Donc on a plusieurs options ici. On va voir quel est le prochain lancer qu'il va décider de faire. Beaucoup de stratégie ici dans ce jeu. Boccia is not just a performance game, it's a strategy. It's kind of a mix between curling and chess. We need to have a good strategy. A bit on the wrong side of the play here, so pushing that blue towards the jack. But still a lot of balls left still to change things here. Okay, so exactly what I talked about is that push. What he likes is to push the ball and then have his the ball that he just played follow in. Now, Josh's red is on the jack. Gonna go hard. He's gonna split that up. Gonna try to move things out and about. Donc ici on utilise la plus haute rampe pour défoncer. Et il a manqué la cible. Donc la balle est venue se placer sous une chaise motorisée. On ne bouge pas. Et donc on doit se réaligner parce que c'était la bonne idée, mais un peu trop à gauche. Bon. Okay, so he decided to push the jack back. Given the situation, he's scoring now. But I still think that Josh can see the jack. Il a réussi à pousser le cochonnet, mais il n'est pas caché. Donc ici, à ce point-ci, s'il va en placement, trying to push his red, but not enough, he can go again. So if he pushes red, then the jack will be hiding, and it will be very difficult for Samuel to change anything here. We'll see. 1, 2, 3 balls. Sam has 3 balls left. And this will be Josh's last one. Not sure if he's going to push his red forward and try to make the ball follow. We'll see what he decides to do. Donc, on va voir ici s'il va essayer avec la poussée puis faire suivre sa balle rouge et donc en avoir 2. 2 plus près du cochonnet. Puis... ou il va y aller directement sur le cochonnet. Pas certaine ici. Mais voilà, exactement. Donc, un push and stick. Donc, il pousse 2 balles. Maintenant, Samuel est dans une situation un peu plus difficile parce qu'il y a vraiment 3 balles qui le bloquent vers le cochonnet. Et même s'il pousse très fort dans ce groupe de balles-là, ça prendrait beaucoup de force pour séparer les deux parce qu'il y en a une qui est vraiment en ligne avec le cochonnet. So we're not sure if he'll be able to do anything in this situation. It'll be very difficult, but not impossible. So it popped over, which is not a bad thing. But it looks like it's possibly still 2 for red. And he's got 2 balls left. Voilà le lancer. Et ça manque la cible. La balle est encore en jeu. Il reste une autre balle. OK. Toutes les balles sont lancées. L'arbitre va indiquer le pointage ici. Et il indique que Ontario prend 2 autres points pour finir le match avec une avance de 12-0 contre le Québec. Donc ici, Joshua a joué une partie assez parfaite. Joshua Gauthier, très très belle partie ici avec qui écope de Un pointage convaincant contre Samuel. Donc le pointage final, 12-0 pour Joshua Gauthier de l'Ontario. C'est la fin de ce match. Le prochain match en vient bientôt. Tout après, on regarde à un match contre... je vais trouver mon horaire. Nous allons en jouer, voir un match de BC2 qui s'en vient prochainement vers 3h10. Dominique Gomez contre Olivier Dussault.
That's the sound of real-world experience. That's NC Life. Apply now and start this September. Visit niagaracollege.ca/apply.
You've got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, 100,000s, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready to kneel and take kneel. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, well, we're on kneel right now, and we're gonna go to clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, clerks? And take clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only hard-off camera. Sorry, I'm going live, 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take mine live.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
At Niagara College, our beautiful campuses and student-centered community prepare you to be career ready. Curious? Why not experience NC life for yourself? Visit niagaracollege.ca/tour today.
Here we go. We have our game here against, in the BC2 category, we have number 207 is Dominic Gomez versus Olivier Dussault. His number is 205. And Dominic is from Ontario against Olivier from Quebec. So we're waiting for the 2-minute warm-up, which has been given here. Donc on vient juste d'annoncer de 2 minutes d'échauffement. Ça promet d'être un match très intéressant contre Dominique Gomez de l'Ontario et Olivier Dussault du Québec. Dans la catégorie BC2. Tous les deux des lanceurs, tous les deux responsables de leur propre balle et ils n'ont pas d'assistant. We got a lot of good music here today. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. So what are this is the preliminary rounds for the individual events, and we proceed tomorrow with the championships for the medal matches, semifinals and finals, and then they will be starting some team play. So we have 2 parts to these national and boccia championship, and also in the world there is always the individual and then the team event. So individuals, we sometimes even play against our own teammates in order to classify and have medals for individual play, and then there is medals for the team play. And we'll be talking more about that when they come around in the next few days. 323 seconds, we'll be starting the games very soon. A little bit about the BC2 category. They have a severe impairment affecting all 4 limbs, but they may use a manual powered chair for everyday mobility. They usually lack stability in the trunk, but are able to walk short distances, and some do and some can't. Their grip is strong, and they can actually release the ball. It's nice to see some young players here in the BC2 category. So we're going to be starting this game with Quebec starting off with the jack in the first end. And there's the first ball. I think I would like to get that a little closer. Donc, je pense qu'il aurait aimé peut-être avoir ça un petit peu plus près. Première balle. Donc, le cochonnet est encore ouvert ici. Okay, so it's still Dominic closer to the jack. I mean, Olivier is close to the jack. Quebec is still in in the jack position here. We got to get Ontario. Dominic is going to try to throw another ball and get in closer to the jack. Okay, not sure. He took a bounce. He's got to measure because it's hard to tell right now who is closer to the jack. So with measurements, we'll be able to decide who is eligible to throw the next ball. Okay, so the referee measured and it's established that blue is able to get closer to the jack. Donc, c'est au tour d'Olivier du Québec de lancer sa balle. Il est allé avec un lob, il a essayé d'envoyer ça par-dessus les balles, mais il a frappé la bleue pour l'avancer. Olivier qui demande de venir voir le jeu. When the player comes out to see the play, it's obviously on his own time. So you have to be very conscious of the clock. Little push here, hoping to be closer. He has to measure again because it's very close. To be precise here. Un jeu de précision. Et ça a l'air comme ça a été assez. On a réussi à se rapprocher du cochonnet. So Ontario will be playing the next ball. He's got an opportunity here to push his blue forward. So if he can get a push and stick, that would be nice. Then he'd have two balls close to the jack. Good one, good push. So Olivier has a red there that could be pushed forward if he wants to try that. Donc, il y a une balle rouge ici qui pourrait être poussée. Parce que autrement, il est bloqué.
1 minute.
Oh my God, 1 minute. Il reste 3 balles. Donc, faut faire vite. Le temps arrête en chaque balle, mais quand même, il reste 47 secondes. On a 2 balles à lancer. Définitivement un peu d'empressement ici. We gotta hurry up. 41 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 secondes.
il reste que 10 secondes pour lancer la dernière balle, so 10 seconds. And was able to push a little bit. Toutes les balles pour Olivier sont lancées du Québec. Maintenant, l'athlète de l'Ontario va venir regarder la situation. Je pense qu'il va tenter le tout pour le tout. Faire attention, il y a beaucoup de balles rouges autour du cochonnet qui pourraient changer le jeu. So Dominic is going for the shot. It's going to try to push in another blue. Demande le pointage. He has scored the score now. We're looking at 1.
1 minute.
Okay. The 1 minute has been announced. Here the danger is pushing that red forward. So we'll see if he got a piece of that red. He will move it towards the jack. Not sure if it's with little amount of time, rushed. Can easily push that red and then would change his scoring. So maybe he should think about conceding this last one, because when you have 20 seconds to play it, you got to check the risk. No damage here, but you have to be wary of the red on the side there. So we go to measurements and making sure that we are going to verify all the score. Donc maintenant on va utiliser, l'arbitre va confirmer le pointage. Donc on trouve la balle rouge la plus près. Juste un bleu. Okay. So Ontario takes the lead here with a 1 point. Okay. Minute between ends for pick up the ball, coach talk to the players, and come back. Now Ontario will be throwing out the jack ball. Dominic will be playing it.
Time.
So the jack is in play. Now we'll see what he can do with the first ball. To miss the target, the jack is still exposed. Olivier will definitely be trying to get first to the jack here. Oh, now we get the measure. It's going to be tough. The referee, I don't know if he can really. There it is. So that was closer. Oh, it's good, good ball there, right on the jack. Definitely is happy with that. At this point, we're looking in the pools. Olivier has 2 wins. And Dominic has 2 wins in their respective pools. Nice one. Get a little piece of the blue. Go again. Try to get that out of the way. Donc ici, on a eu un bon lancer. On a fait bouger la bleue un peu. Puis on espère avec la prochaine de déloger la bleue du côté du cochonnet. Une balle assez molle. Elle n'est pas roulée aussi loin qu'il aurait voulu. On espère qu'elle n'est pas trop molle pour la pousser. Oui. Beau lancer. Good shot. I don't know if it's enough. But definitely it can be a good pushing situation here. If we can get another ball and push towards the jack, he'd have 2 in the area.
1 minute.
Again, these players are really pushing the limits of time. Taking lots of time with every shot. That's the goal. Ooh. Was that enough? Nope. One more shot. Secondes. Nice push. Nice push. Down to the last ball. That one was a very effective shot here. Okay. So Dominic from Ontario here has 4 remaining balls. Lots of traffic in front. He's going to try to regain possession of this point. It's very hard to see what he can see at this point. We might take advantage of coming out to see, because he has to see which one he doesn't touch, because the blue in there is, if he pushes the reds more, then he might give his opponent some extra points here. And that's out. Je disais peut-être que ce serait pas une mauvaise idée d'aller voir. Il reste quand même 1 minute 17 pour voir quelle balle rouge qu'on doit éviter. Parce que s'il rentre trop fort dans les balles rouges, il risque de donner un point additionnel à son adversaire, à Olivier ici, là. Donc, il faut faire attention. Il reste à avoir donné un autre point ici, là. Mais, dernière balle, il peut pousser sa bleue. So we have 10 seconds, really playing it to the wire, these guys. I think he's going to concede. Rushing too much chances of pushing the wrong ball forward. So he's lucky. He only come out with the 1 point. So it was a good decision to stick with that. So we have a tie game here against these Ontario and Quebec, and the tie game here after the second end. We are heading to the third end. Va être à Olivier de lancer le cochonnet, le mettre en jeu et suivi de sa première balle. Dans 15 secondes, le temps d'arrêt. Autour à Olivier de prendre et de mettre en jeu le cochonnet. Il va espérer ici une première balle exemplaire. Il décide de jouer un peu plus loin. C'est l'importance ici de placer sa première balle sur le cochonnet. Donc encore un petit peu de difficulté avec cette première balle. Elle est loin. La balle qui est utilisée était très molle. Pas assez d'auteur pour voyager à cette distance. So a couple of things there that didn't play in his favor. If with the release makes all the difference. And now we get a higher release. And as you see, it it travels further and is now in a good position. Very important when your ball is soft, you have to have a high release if you want it to travel far. That one was a better release, not too much. So Olivier will go again. He just needs one in there. If he can get one on the jack, that's the goal. That one is out, but it may block his opponent. It opened up his way to the jack. So ça a ouvert un peu son jeu ici en tassant sa rouge. On va espérer pour lui qu'il peut aller en coller une assez proche. Une minute avec 2 balles. Les 2 joueurs ont joué le chrono jusqu'à la dernière seconde. Beautiful, beautiful. Bon, ça c'est le lancer qu'il avait besoin à ce point-ci. C'était donc là ensuite on a une balle qui est dans le chemin de Dominic Gomez. So we have a ball that's in his way. Can create a block. You don't have to go to the right or to the left of that. Mind you, he could use his own blue as a target. Not sure what he can see. So I can see it really well because I'm sitting behind. But from their box, we never know what they can see. But if I had a target, I'd be using the blue. And trying to get a strong shot so he can get Definitely trying to stay on that side of the jack. Nice ball in. Needs to bank it off of that blue, kind of get a ricochet. So it's one red. If he stays in that area, depends if the red is touching. I'm not sure from here. I don't see it. And oof, close. Nice little ricochet. Yeah, use that last one to come in. Donc le ricochet, c'était encore possible. That was his last ball, and he wasn't able to close that gap. Oh. Okay, so ici, Olivier voudrait vraiment faire un autre point. Dangereux, dangereux, mais probablement juste un ici. Il faut en mesurer. Oh. Avec cette poussée-là, c'est ça le danger quand on joue trop fort. On risque de pousser le cochonnet vers la balle. Et exactement qu'est-ce qui s'est passé. On a joué trop agressif. À ce point-ci, il a fallu que Olivier sorte pour venir voir le jeu. Et il y avait le point assuré. Donc là maintenant, avec ce jeu puissant, il a risqué, il prend un grand risque. Ici, à ce moment, un risque calculé aurait été nécessaire. Donc sortir, venir voir le jeu, demander le pointage et concéder la dernière balle. Mais ça, c'est de l'expérience, ça fait partie du jeu. On essaye de tenter le tout pour le tout. Puis qu'est-ce qui arrive, c'est que là, ça lui a coûté son point. So the Quebec player should have come out or at least ask the score and maybe be a little bit more prudent with his last shot. It was a powerful high lob and hit in the ball and gave the Ontario player a point. Donc, après la troisième manche, on a un pointage de 2-1. Donc, c'est un match très, très serré. We have a very, very close match here. And again, just a little bit of strategy, maybe thinking before we shoot would have changed the outcome. But both of them would have scored just one, so it would have been for Quebec. But Ontario got the point here. Donc, très bien. Très bien joué. So at the last end, Ontario will have the jack and we'll put it in play. Jack is in play now, followed by the first ball. By Dominic. It's a good first ball. I would like it in front. It's still visible by Olivier. It's a big end for both players here. So we managed to push the ball off the jack. Nice one. Let's see if it's enough. L'arbitre doit mesurer. C'est très proche. It's been that kind of game. Close. Referee has to measure. Those are the kind of games we like. Un jeu de précision. On devrait être obligé d'être précis chaque fois. Forcer l'arbitre à mesurer. Pas assez encore. C'est encore la rouge à lancer. Bon, peut-être assez cette fois-ci. C'est assez. Bon. So that one did it for Olivier. Now Dominic is getting himself ready to throw out his ball. And obviously the jack is still quite exposed. A couple of options here. He can put the ball on the jack. He can push the jack back and towards his blue. Couple of things here he can do. Donc, il y a quelques options ouvertes, soit d'en mettre la balle direct sur le cochonnet, ou pousser le cochonnet et faire suivre sa balle. Et on y va en petit placement. Et voilà. Nice one. Again, making sure the blue that was in behind there could still be closer. Looks like hard to tell. Blue is still closer. But now he has a little bit of a pocket. If he stays, gets a piece of the jack on the right in that little pocket, he could force the jack to the left and kind of hide it behind his red. Hoping for him that that's enough. She still has to measure. It's so close. I think still red to go. Blue in the back, they're has been giving him a lot of trouble. He needs to create some space between that jack and the blue. So, he's got to get in there. Got to stay out of the. He's got to go to the right. Right to the jack.
1 minute, 1 minute.
It's a time here. Donc ici, on veut prendre son temps. Il faudra qu'il rentre dans le trou entre le cochonnet. Pouf, il vient de pousser la bleue. Bon, ben c'est ça qui arrive. Mais c'était quand même... on regarde ici à 2. Donc, Ontario ici prend... il a juste besoin d'un point. Donc, il peut en avoir 2, mais il en a juste besoin d'un. Donc, il concède le restant de ses balles parce qu'il y avait juste besoin d'une victoire ici parce que les 2 joueurs, je pense, qui étaient en égalité dans leur propre pool. Donc, I think the players were equal in their pool and he needed the win and he has the win. We're going to confirm here the score. So both very, very good players, very good game, forcing the referee to measure nearly every shot. Donc ici, on a forcé l'arbitre à mesurer chaque lancer. C'est sûr que si on aimerait, Olivier il aimerait reprendre la 3e manche, là, puis pas faire la décision de lancer la balle, de la reprendre, mais ça serait peut-être différent. Mais dans le fond, ça nous aurait peut-être donné un match d'égalité. Malgré qu'il vient de faire 2 points ici, ça n'aurait pas changé grand-chose. So the outcome wouldn't have changed because Blue has scored 2. Donc, finalement, en finale, so the final score here, we have Ontario, Dominic winning 4-1 against Olivier from Quebec. Great match, both players.
Left, just to show that. Nice game, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Donc, nous voici au championnat canadien de boccia 2025 dans la dernière ronde de ces jeux individuels aujourd'hui. Demain, nous serons en éliminatoire, donc on va avoir des matchs de championnat de finale et semi-finale demain. Ici, sur le terrain, pour la première fois, vous allez pouvoir avoir les commentaires sur une partie en catégorie BC4. Nous avons Marco Di Spaltro du Québec, le numéro 401, qui va affronter le numéro 402 de l'Ontario, Martha Gustafsson. Donc ici, Marco est un joueur de haut niveau en ce moment. Il a 3 victoires et Martha en a 2. So here we are at the last round for the Canadian Boccia Championship here in Ottawa at the RA Center. My name is Monique Cameron. I brought you the games today and the play-by-play. And this will be our last game of the day. In the category of BC4 will be Marco Di Spatro against Martha Gustafsson. We have Marco from Quebec and Martha from Ontario. They will be starting with a 2-minute warm-up. Nous allons commencer avec un échauffement de 2 minutes. Okay. Marco est un pilier dans le sport de boccia ici. Il a fait beaucoup de travail dans la promotion. Il travaille ardument avec l'équipement, les balles, l'entraînement. Il est vraiment un athlète qui mérite tout notre respect avec tout le beau travail qu'il a fait dans la promotion du sport. Et on lui souhaite une bonne partie aujourd'hui. Et même chose pour Martha. We are wishing Martha a very good game today. Donc, tous les athlètes ont lancé leur balle. All athletes have thrown their ball. And their warm-up period is about to take end. They will not get any extra time here because we're going to start shortly. So Ontario will be starting this game in the first end with the jack ball. Let this game begin. Donc le cochonnet est en jeu. We have the jack ball is in play, and now the first ball. It's will be Marco's turn now to put his ball in play. With an exposed jack like that, he's thinking about getting his first ball on the jack, which is executed perfectly. Maybe just a little bit short. I'm thinking he might have wanted that a little bit closer. So the second ball from Marta has been, it kind of took a bounce off of her own and slowed down its progress towards the jack. But she can push this one towards the jack now. That would be the goal. Donc on va essayer de pousser sa rouge vers le cochonnet, ce qui est accompli. Maintenant le tour à Marco. So Marco able to push through and open up the play and regain the jack. And Marta replies with a good placement of her ball of her own on the jack here. And Marco creates a little bit of space. And regains the jack here. Donc un lancer où ce qui a fait suivre sa balle sur le cochonnet. Marta from Ontario is going to take her next shot. I think she can see the jack and try to cover it. Give the red ball a little push. You'd have to measure. Again, he's going to use a very small paddle, actually a light. We've not seen the light here yet. So that's a measuring tool. I mentioned it in the beginning of this tournament, but now you have witnessed using the light to measure. That's how close the balls are. Donc la première fois qu'on voit l'utilisation de lumière afin de voir s'il y a de l'espace entre les balles, et ça l'a aidé à déterminer que la balle bleue est plus proche. Donc Marta has to go again. It will be her last ball. Took a bad bounce. Got a piece of her block, so bounced off to the right. Now Marco's going to decide what he's going to do. Looks like he's got quite a swing going on here. Yes, he wanted to move the red out, as was successfully done, and bringing in possibly 2 points for himself. Now, wonder if he's going to try to get that red out of the way. Just go into placement. Yeah, he's got the access to the jack. Donc, le cochonnet est encore ouvert. On a été directement vers le cochonnet pour un 3 points, je pense. Oui, 3 points. So it's confirmed Marco takes the lead here for Quebec, 3-0 in this first end. So we're going to start the second end shortly in about 21 seconds. Marco will be putting the jack ball in play. Donc ça va être au tour à Marco de mettre le cochonnet en jeu et mettre sa première balle. And the jack is in play. First ball, excellent first ball. So really playing close to the sideline. The sideline can be used as a way to get your opponent to throw out some balls. If they try to play too hard and they miss the mark, then the ball will be out and out of play. Donc, utiliser la ligne de côté pour atteindre l'objectif de faire sortir des balles de son adversaire. Donc, ceci, ça serait une stratégie parce qu'avec des lancers forts pour déplacer cette première balle, on risque d'envoyer des balles à l'extérieur. Ou on hésite et on ne joue pas aussi fort et on a le résultat qui est là avec une balle courte. Voilà, la première balle sortie. So it takes away that aggressive play that they usually like to play, the BC4s, being that the sideline is so close. So Martin now is, playing it safe, wants to keep some balls on the court, can't go aggressive on these shots because they will be out. So looking at blocking, keeping some ball in front. So you got one in close, which is good. Keep them together, keep them close. Force Marco to shoot more balls. And when it's his turn, she can push that red forward too. Donc elle peut pousser cette balle rouge là vers le cochonnet, elle peut l'utiliser. Which is what she attempted to do here. So all the balls from the Ontario team have been thrown. It's now Marco to come back and play his ball. Donc, au tour à Marco de lancer ses balles. que toutes les balles rouges sont lancées. On va y aller avec un lancer en force pour dégager. La balle qui vient de lancer est sortie, mais ça, c'est pas grave. D'abord que le cochonnet reste là. Malgré qu'il peut arriver et essayer de le sortir aussi, mais ce ne sera pas son avantage maintenant qu'avec la position des balles rouges. Il a sorti le cochonnet. Pas grave, parce qu'il reste des balles. Il va juste envoyer dessus. Le cochonnet est placé au centre. Puis là, il a tout son temps pour lancer ses balles sur le cochonnet. Il n'y a même pas besoin d'être super proche, parce qu'ils vont être plus proches que toutes les balles rouges. Et voilà. Trois bleus. Marco just said he's very tempted to get the referee to go measure. Love it. Il n'a pas perdu son sens d'humour, Marco. Il a dit qu'il voulait faire mesurer l'arbitre. Ça était trop drôle. Bon, y a-tu quelqu'un qui a fait de baver sur le terrain? Ah, c'est de l'eau qui était échappée tantôt. So we may have spilled a little bit of water. The mop comes out. Bon, troisième manche, back to the serious business of telling you that the obvious, Marco has taken the lead 6-0 here in this game. Now it will be Martha's turn with the jack. Okay, so Martha will throw out the jack now. Elle décide d'aller jouer un peu plus loin dans le terrain, so she tries the longer ball here. Importance of putting her ball on the jack. Little long, exposed jack. So ici, Marco va vraiment avoir un cochonnet exposé. Definitely not something to do with Marco as your opponent. And, yep. Still a little bit of a distance between the blue ball and the jack, so there's room for Martha to get in there closer. I'm pretty sure she can see the jack from her box, but comes up against the blue. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult for her to go to the right of that ball. We're looking at moving her chair closer to the left side of the box, as she is a left-handed player. Miss the target again. Martha trying really hard to get one of her balls closer to the jack. That one takes a little bounce off the front block. C'est sa dernière balle. Martha really needs to get this one closer than the blue. Trying the longer ball has proven to be a bit of a challenge, especially when Marco comes in and puts his ball on the close to the jack. On va voir ce que Marco va décider de faire. Marco played rugby, wheelchair rugby, before coming to boccia. His condition is degenerative, so he is playing as much as he can with his body. Well, it still has the power to do so. Try to get in the push. We'll push again because there'll be room there now. Not sure what ball is left, how soft it is, but he's still got lots of power. And that was what he was trying to do right there. The classic push and roll. It looks like he's got
30 seconds.
sa dernière balle avec 10 secondes de reste. 4. Bon, on y va en placement. On va voir si c'est assez pour compter. Donc là, l'arbitre va mesurer. So we're going to take a measurement here and see how many points total Marco has. Encore, on mesure la balle rouge la plus près. The closest red ball, and then we will determine the score. Donc on a 1, 3 points pour Marco ici. Ça l'avance de un pointage de 9-0 ici. Et on s'en va dans la 4e manche. So Marco maintains his lead against Martha from Ontario. Donc, 3 bleus. Pointage est maintenant 9-0 pour Marco du Québec et Martha qui est a continué à travailler fort pour mettre un point ici sur, dans le pointage. So Marco will be throwing out the jack ball to finish this last end. Donc, ils sont rendus à la dernière manche. One. Okay, so Marco decided to play right close to the V line, right in front of himself. And he nailed the jack. Marta took away the point. Now go Marco again. Sorry about that. And Marco regains the... Nope, doesn't regain the jack here. Martha's still closer. Donc ici, il n'a pas réussi de prendre le cochonnet. On va retourner avec un autre lancer de la part de Marco. Et là, c'est fait. Il a pris le point. Maintenant, autour de Martha. So Martha is going to go with her shot here. As Marco has a blue on either side of the jack. And create a little bit of space there for her. Just bump the balls away. And now has space to place one of hers. Okay, the ball went to the left. It took a bounce around, a bounce to the left. There it is. Oh, be a little too hard. I'm going to try to put one in that opening. Missed it. With the too hard on the floor, took a bounce to the right. Now she did it. Okay, so was able to put one in there. Not sure if she's scoring, but it's definitely in the area. Hard to tell which one is touching. From this vantage point, that's for sure. Probably bust right through there and open it up. Just trying to take that red out of the way. There it is. Tout blue. Donc, le pointage final est 11-0 pour Marco Di Spaltro contre Martha Gustafsson de l'Ontario. Donc, ici, Marco du Québec est victorieux. Donc, we have a win here, Quebec, Marco Di Spaltro to a score of 11-0 against Martha Gustafsson. Very good game played with the two athletes. So join us tomorrow again for more exciting boccia playing. So see you tomorrow. We're going to have some final games.
No points, lost 11-0. Good.
NC Life. Apply now and start this September. Visit niagaracollege.ca/apply.
You got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, 100,000s, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready, kneel, and take kneel. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, well, we're on kneel right now, and we're gonna go to clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, clerks? And take clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only hard off camera. Sorry, I'm going live 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take mine live.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
At Niagara College, our beautiful campuses and student-centered community prepare you to be career ready. Curious? Why not experience NC life for yourself? Visit niagaracollege.ca/tour today.
Do you hear that?
Program has ended. 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 Program has ended.